Tomorrow, Friday at 8 in the morning, I must become a soldier again. Infantry! Fine! For the third time now, it's enough to drive you to despair when you have to give up everything again. Letter to Hetwit, 1917. Walter Eduard Grammat, I don't know, was a German painter, graphic artist and illustrator of magical realism. At the age of 17, he dropped out of school early to volunteer for a medical platoon. In 1915, he was discharged due to an arm injury, although he was drafted again in 1916 into the artillery, and in 1917 into the infantry. He had to leave again soon after due to health problems. The war had taken a heavy toll on him, both physically and mentally. He processed these experiences in his subsequent artwork. Okay. I'm not going to do hard mode because I've never played it. I can't stand it. My life is too awful. You don't know what I have to suffer and endure. Everything here disgusts me. The people, the food, and walking around with a rifle all day, crammed together with the people in the evening in a hut where I hit my head on the ceiling. No peace from people's chatter. And now I never see my dear and joyful things. It's enough to drive one mad. A letter to Mueller's wife, Maschka, 1917. Otto Mueller is considered one of the most important German expressionists. I actually have heard of him before. In 1916, he was drafted into the military service and initially stationed non-combatant equipment servicemen in Belgium and later in France before being assigned to work as a draftsman for an airship division in Berlin. From 1918 onwards, his artistic work is characterized by nude paintings set in harmonious nature nature surroundings and shows no reference to the war. Okay. I don't know much about this game. I should have said that. I don't know much about this game, but what I do know is that it's World War I, and I command a platoon of people. That's all I really know about the game. Am I on the German side? Monday, March 1st, 1915. I can still hardly believe that a few days ago, back home, I had been appointed Unterofficer in charge of his handful of men. And here they were, sneaking through the trenches behind me, not 100 meters from the enemy position. With heavy packs and dwindling strength, Alfred Lotez, badly shaven, and so far mainly caught my attention through his cynical remarks. George Ackerman, strong and tall with a firm gait, whose directness had not escaped me. Jean-Pierre Danner, calmly vigilant and keeping his weapon ready. Jan Fleckner, who crept behind the others, his cheeks hollow and his cheeks downcast. Exhausted, we finally found the dugout of Lieutenant von Karsbruck, to whom we had been assigned. There you are, Herr Unterofficer. Herr Unterofficer. He greeted me. You seem to have taken your time. Surely you are fit enough to start work straight away. The lieutenant's condescending gaze swept over my men and then rested appraisingly on me. My men are tired? My men are tired, Harry Lieutenant, I objected. The train broke down. We had to hurry that we could... The lieutenant raised his hand. Don't think you'll get away with your lazy excuses with me, Herr Unterofficer. That's gonna be hard to say. I'll have to put that nonsense out of your mind. His contemptuous look pierced me. Find your sleeping quarters and then report back to me. In the meantime, I will think of a sufficiently difficult task for your group to learn right away that being tired really means here... What really tired means being here. Right away, what being tired really means here at the front. I looked at my men's faces. They looked dejected and angry, but also grateful for my attempt to stand up for them. Without so much as another gaze at me, Lieutenant von Karsbruck turned back to the documents on his table. Welcome to the trenches, Herr Unterofficer. Okay. This doesn't look like I need to use keyboard at all. Okay. Rotate the camera by dragging the cursor, moving it to the edge of the screen, or using the directional controls. Click on a location icon to jump to it, and on people to talk to them. The exclamation mark marks important conversations. Button on the bottom right leads through all of the interactions required for this turn and ends the turn. Okay. So I guess I can't move around, it doesn't look like. Okay. Yompia Danan. Herr Unterofficer. We only have the rations left, what we took with us. Where are we supposed to get something to eat around here? I don't know. The current circumstances are indicated by the attribute icons, such as weather or resources. This icon shows you your prestige with your superiors. On the left in the what? Oh, what? This icon shows your okay. In the mood of your soldiers. I see. This is prestige. I didn't realize that's what they're talking about. I thought they were just talking left and right of the screen. Okay. The instance of a turn change the value of your soldiers. All recent changes are shown on the top right. Okay. Oh! No, okay. So it's just based on this? Okay. Lieutenant von Karsbrock. Took you long enough. There's no time to get comfortable. Go and gather your men. A communication trench has collapsed and must be rebuilt immediately. You have to take care of your supplies yourself. Send someone to the supply depot for that. Okay. Assign a project to a soldier by dragging his portrait onto the project. Click on the retrospective project icon for details. Oh, okay. Certain projects have a fixed number of soldiers needed for them. For other projects, it is up to how many soldiers you assign and more. The higher the impact of the project. Okay. Skills: physically fit. Exhaustion, illness, wound healing. Their physical condition has a great influence on many aspects. Continuous exertion has okay. Physical and emotional state. Trained in shooting, trained in melee. Oh, personality. Maybe this would be good too. Very by the book structure gives security. As long as you do what the superiors say, you can't go wrong. Okay. Somewhat patriotic. One often feels closest to one's home, family, and origin. What sacrifices are okay. Somewhat outspoken. Some call it directness, some honesty, some rudeness. Whether it's good or bad. Okay. Very courageous. Trust and respects. Okay. He's tired. He's trained in shooting. He's respectful. Somewhat tolerant. Okay. Very pragmatic. Somewhat unpatriotic. Okay. Somewhat courageous. Somewhat sociable. And somewhat outspoken. Tired of war. He's strained. Not tired. The other ones were tired, right? Yeah, this guy's strained. Okay. Handling a rifle to applying bandage many things in the modern sword, okay. Trained in first aid, so he's kind of like the, he's respectful, okay. It's not easy for everyone to open up to people who have been forced to come, okay. Very cautious, very tolerant, somewhat unpatriotic, and somewhat compassionate, okay. Bursting with energy and strength! And he's tired, okay. Okay, he's neutral in respect. Very intolerant. Okay. Note sheet. Oh, you can actually make notes about people? That's kind of cool. I like that. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna get this guy to fetch rations, and the other three are going to dig. Because that guy was the most tired. Okay, Okay, so he's even more strained, but that's what I had to do, okay. Sorry, soldiers. Can't say no to a superior officer. Herr Unterofficer, your group is on a night watch tonight. Make sure your men don't fall asleep. Alright, when you click on a character, a window with more detail appears on the right. Under the portrait is the current morale. High morale tends to lead to positive incidents. Low morale tends to lead to negative ones. The values below shown show current circumstances, abilities, personality, and attitude. Okay. Alright, Dean Pierre. Okay. These two. For sure. They're both the most high in morale. This guy needs to sleep for sure. Is that it, then? Foggy. Strain. And we have 3 rations. We still have large amounts of ammunition as well. So I don't really know. Is there, like, combat, or is it just gonna be, like... Oh. Wednesday, March 3rd, 1915. A few hours ago, the roar of artillery had begun. At first, it was quiet as the rumble of thunder in the distance, but recently it had become steadily louder and more threatening. Suddenly, there was a thud, and not 10 meters from the hiding spot where my men were huddled, an artillery shell shredded the dugout of our neighboring troops. Pieces of wood and metal flew for meters, and smoke obscured the view. The noise was deafening for a few seconds, then died away as quickly as it had come. An almost eerie, silent gasp of shock passed. Then my men and I jumped up, pushed aside broken beams, and searched for our buried comrades. We found 2, for whom all help came too late. A third, however, we could still hear panting. He was lying with his upper body trapped under the fallen beams. His face was distorted with pain. He was barely conscious. My men stood around him, forlorn, and looked over to me for help. Fleckner said pleadingly, "Herr Unterofficer, we must try to help him." Together we lifted the beam from his chest, and only now saw the full extent of his damage. His chest looked crushed, and his hip strangely twisted. A long splinter protruded from his abdomen, and his shirt was soaked in blood. Ackerman shook his head. He's beyond help. A mercy killing will save him and us both misery. Nah, get a stretcher. Get a stretcher, I ordered Fleckner and Ackerman. First, I wanted to get him out of the wreckage and then decide whether I would expose my men to the danger of carrying him to the military hospital. The nurses could determine whether and how to help him. So do we have him somewhere? Where is he? Skirmish at it. Herr Unterofficer, the advanced emplacements has been destroyed by artillery. Now we're missing a well-covered position there, and the French have an easy way to our trenches. I'm afraid that if we try to rebuild the position directly at the front line, the French will do their best to prevent it. Certain areas can be expanded or repaired. They provide additional defense positions in battle, enable safe escape routes, or cut off a direct path of enemy soldiers. Click on the icon to add or remove the corresponding project in the project sidebar. Project bar on the left-hand side. Okay. The icon below the project explains the effects of completing or not completing the project. If you hover over the icon, you will learn more about it. Okay. When you add a soldier to the project, you see which of his values are relevant to the fundamentals of the project. Sorry, I was looking at something else. These values can have positive or negative impact on the project. Okay. When you click on a character, okay. The artillery must have destroyed one of our telephone lines. Instruct one of your men to carry this message to the command post immediately. Looks like the French, oh my goodness, are planning to attack and we urgently need more men. Alright. We have Lot. Lotz will go deliver a message. Ackerman and Danner will get the wounded. This guy's still strained. But I think he's... Let's give him one more day off. Some projects are locked. The symbol... project locked the symbol by a padlock. Soldiers can neither be removed nor added to these projects. It is sometimes possible to remove individual soldiers from locked projects via dialogue, however, this is usually associated with consequences. Dialogue are an important element of the game. Symbols on the side provide information about effects, create projects, change values. The star symbol means that this dialogue is available due to certain circumstances and could be gone in the next turn. Dialogues can also have negative effects. Dialogues without a symbol have no effect and are mainly meant to provide information. Herr Unter Officer. The wounded man we took to the field hospital. Unfortunately, he died. We did what we could. The people in the field hospital, too. I guess it was just too late to him. I'm glad we tried, but it is still sad. This artillery bot? Please, can't you wait another day? Alright. We hardly have anything left to eat. Someone urgently needs to get supplies from the camp, otherwise we won't have anything by tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, I don't wait. I think we can wait a day. Unless there's a bombardment for tomorrow too. March 5th, 1915. For the past day, my men and I have been sitting tightly packed in our bunker, while a French artillery rained down salvo after salvo of death and destruction on us. During the hard work of our first days in the trenches, I had hardly found a quiet minute to have a personal conversation with my men. So now, they were sitting next to me, tense and still mostly strangers, and I had fervently hoped that they would survive the shelling unscathed. Silence between us was in sharp contrast to the constant droning outside. When after hours of the firing suddenly stopped, a sigh of relief went through the ranks of some of the young soldiers. However, that was the moment when the veterans of the other troops tensed up and began to load their rifles. A cacophony of whistles snapped us out of our stupor as well. The French were attacking. Stay together, people. I shouted at my soldiers and led them to our positions in the trenches. Together we halted and mentally prepared ourselves for the upcoming battle. Go to the next level. Although the automobile was already invented in World War I, it was still not common. Instead, a horse-drawn limber was usually used. It's a single axle wagon to which other wagons such as mobile field oven, the field kitchen, or the artillery could have been connected. Oh, cool. Oh, so there is like actual like fighting too. Is the blue bad? Because we were like grayish, right? The enemy has superior numbers. We may soon have to retreat from these trenches. Herr Officer, you and your greenhorns are to collect and evacuate all the ammunition you can find. If we're to lose this trench, at least we won't lose our equipment. In battle, you lead your soldiers as a troop. However, you can also give them orders individually, unless you have been separated from the troop. The buttons can be used to add additional projects such as search for shelters or ammunition. On each troop, information about it is displayed. Troop morale, number of active soldiers, and the most important attribute. Okay. Search alcove, search hideout. Okay. Oh. And grenade range. Pitiful round. Ashes added. Oh. I should have probably done it the other way around, I just realized, but that's fine. You can only give your troops one command per turn. The hold command causes your troops to stay at the current position. With the following commands, you can move your troop to other position. Often, a new command also changes the current troop project. Okay. Able to find some ammunition. Okay. There are the French over there. We need to get out of here. There's no company we found here. I was able to take out one of those French. When you click on a command for your troop, a withdraw with further details appears on the right. A low danger, okay. This window shows the approximate danger level for the executing this command. Additionally, the advantages and disadvantages of this position are displayed here. Okay. Oops. Okay, move next up. May add out of breath. Okay. We had people supporting our retreat, so... I don't think we have any grenades, do we? There are French over there, we have to get out of here. Oh. So our job isn't to take them out, we're just supposed to go and collect the ammunition, right? Almost no danger. Moderate cover. Can I run all the way there? Just in one go? Is that me? No, that's not me. Because that's the only one with like a different hat, so I thought it was me. There's French! Alright. There's French over there. Yeah, there. Alright, oh, right here. Okay. Down with their fire, we have to fight back. French over there. It's down artillery, okay. No. Don't move. Don't move. How do I not have them move? Oh, right. How do I fight? Oh, here we go. Can I get rid of it? How do I get rid of it? Stop. Ooh, where is it going? Here? No, 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 stop. How do I get rid of it? Did he get shot? What is... Wait. Why can't I get rid of this? Get rid of it. Am I dumb? No, stop. Did I break the game or something? I want to just go to the next one. No, I want to fire on him. Or is it because there's too many people I have to do? Oh, I guess we're running. Because I can't figure out how to get rid of do that. Come on, Jan! There's still a bit of supplies there. I took everything I could, okay. Hit, but it doesn't hurt that much. Okay. Artillery's coming. I guess we just take cover then. Right? Or should I retreat into the thing? Yeah, let's do that. These guys are fighting in melee range. Or so are these guys. Oh no, they're backing up. Soldiers, we are falling back. Retreat to the next defensive line. Retreat across the creek? Provide cover for so our comrades can retreat. Okay, these guys? Yeah, they're demoralized, so maybe I should fight them. This is French troop. This is also French troop. Can't really see them though. That's the thing. Was Danner and Ackman, no, Lotez are good at fighting, shooting. And he's already been shot, so we'll let him sit there. apart from this grenade, I couldn't find anything. Is there anything else? There are French over there. We have to get out of here. Anything else? They're shooting at us with all their guns. Maybe they'll stop if we just stay down. I don't think that's where we're going back there. Where are we supposed to go? I honestly think the tactical movement might be the best, but I don't know. Low protection from artillery, that's not good. Alright, I'm gonna run to the away from battle. Even though we're getting shot at, I think we just need to get out. Whoa! Wounded added. Who's wounded? This guy. I'm hit, but it doesn't hurt that much. Oh, just a scratch and hardly any blood. I think it was just grazing shot. Lucky me. Is there anything else? It just gotten worse. Please let us escape quickly. I don't know how much longer I can hold out. Okay. Shock added. Just removed. Alright. These are all German troops. So which way am I supposed to be going? Retreat across the creek. Just that way. Okay. We weren't able to get all the ammunition, but we got quite a bit of it. I feel like we should be on the other side, but maybe I'm crazy. I think that's the escape, right? Collect the ammunition equipment. Okay. I failed that. Mass GM-15 was introduced on the German side at the beginning of 1916 to protect against gas attacks. It consisted of rubber-coated canvas with metal eyepieces inserted. The cheek area was enlarged so that the excess material could be used to wipe the condensation off the eyepieces. The mask was attached to the head with a headband, and initially used with a filter made of active carbon soaked in 40% potassium carbonate, which was later replaced with a 3-layer filter made of soaked activated carbon, pure activated carbon, and soaked diatomite. When not in use, the mask was stored in Beerschaftsbüches 16. I don't know what that means. Saturday, March 6th, 1915. Explosions, gunshots, and screams still echo in my ears. We had only been fighting for a few minutes, and yet it felt as if years had passed since this morning. In the everyday life back home, a lifetime away. To be in the camp now, safety far behind the front, was surreal. The light-hearted chirping of the birds almost drowned out the dull rumble of the front in cries of pain from the field hospital where we had taken Ackerman. My people lay down exhausted on the grass, surrounded by the boxes of ammunition and equipment we had saved, dirty and bloodied, some still pale and trembling. But soon, the angry voice of the lieutenant in the distance abruptly broke the supposed peace, even before we could see him coming towards us, towards the lieutenant. On your feet, men! Sorry. I ordered the in motion my men to stand attention. Lieutenant Von looked satisfied, but a look at the meager ammunition supply immediately ruined his good impression. Ludicrous performance, Herr Unterofficer, he assessed angrily. You and your people can't even manage the simplest task? Apparently, this is a bunch of slobs. You have to be happy if anyone shows even a modicum of competency. The troops were in the best positions for a counterattack, but no, the reserves was too cowardly to take advantage of this unique opportunity we had prepared for them. The lieutenant rumbled without prompting, and now the Herr Major accuses us, of having abandoned the trench line unnecessarily. Disgrace. Henceforth, we will hold the line, come what may. Yes, Herr Lieutenant! I replied loudly and without hesitation. Lieutenant von Kurzbach nodded contently. Set up camp here, Unterofficer. Sooner or later, we'll get our chance to pay back the French, he ordered, and left us to take out his displeasure on others. He left us to take his displeasure on others. Alright. Your Ackerman, Unterofficer? I'm Nurse Elizabeth Ritter. I organize our small field hospital here. Don't worry, Ackerman is doing pretty well. He will soon recover from his wounds. I'm honestly glad you were overwhelmed so quickly. The shorter the skirmish, the fewer dead and wounded. Current workload? A lot to do, but we're used to that. I wish I had more time for some patients, but at least we're usually able to react to emergency fast enough. Offer assistance. Hold on. Do I need 3 people to set up camp? I don't know. Welcome to camp here, Unterofficer. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Anton Zielinski, your field cook. I'm afraid I can't cook anything for you right now, though, as your squad hasn't been allocated supplies yet. Better contact Field Intendant Hennick. He is responsible for your supplies. Officer Hennick. You're the group's Unterofficer, right? Field Lieutenant Hennick, responsible for supplying the troops. I'll allocate some supplies to your group immediately. This should last you until the next supply shipment. Talk to me if you need anything. Here's to good cooperation here, Unterofficer. When's the next shipment? It'll be a few more weeks, okay. Wonderful, I just got it delivered from the, what size of rations should I give your people? If you want to do something good for them, then I would suggest double rations. Just talk to me whenever you want to change the troops' rations. Okay. I'm just gonna not do that for now. I know everyone's low morale, but we need to, you know. I think we can not do anything for right now. Just set up the camp. Sunday, March 7th, 1915. I had been watching young Fleckner with concern since his arrival in our troop. He did his work reliably, quickly, and very conscientiously, but he hardly exchanged a word with his comrades. Deep circles under his eyes spoke of sleepless nights, and even the slightest noise made him jump in fright. When he once again sat apart from the group, slumped over his sketchbook with trembling hands, I sat down next to him. Uh, s skilled at drawing. Very skilled at drawing, I remarked, and looked at his sketchbook. The precise strokes, he had captured his surroundings, the trees and the camp, the limbers, the horses, his comrades. There was no trace of his apparent insecurity in these drawings. Thank you, Herr Unterofficer. It helps me take my mind off things. Then he sighed. I've been through all this before. Right at the start of the war, I enlisted. Medical service. It took less than 3 months before I was sent home with a broken leg. I thought I had fulfilled my duty to my country, but they drafted me again. I know what you mean. I know what you mean, I replied thoughtfully. I sat silently with him for a while longer. I took my leave and left him to his sketches. Oh, bunch of days. Schmidtbauer. Ah, there you are, Herr Unterofficer. William Schmidtbauer. I have been assigned to your group. You and me will show these youngsters what the old guard's made of, won't we? Oh, punishment? What? Oh, is he part of the thing now? Bad weather, okay. He's tired. Inattentive. In order to be able to react to a threat, you must first perceive the threat. So he's... okay. Very outspoken, very distant, very intolerant, very by the book, and very patriotic, okay? He's respectful. I come from a small town near Leipzig. I much prefer it to the big city. In our little town, we know each other, we care. And people who know I am... And people know who I am when they see me on the street. Children always duck and cower. Family? I got married as soon as I received my first salary. I don't know what my wife is doing home all alone now without me. She doesn't have anything to do all day. What was the name of his town? Zetzig. Alright, I'm gonna start taking notes on people. Just simple notes. Alright. Ackerman? I've been released from the hospital here, Unterofficer. I'm still bruised, but I'm feeling a lot better already. The rest will surely heal soon. I don't know. I'm a boiler operator at a steel mill in Kassel. Boiler operator? From Kassel? Oh. Hard work, but they rely on me there. Got a wife and a son at home. And I'm mighty proud of. Is married with son. Oh, it says right there that I say that's already. It says literally everything I already said, but that's fine. But is slowly running low. I love giving the men insufficient rations, but it could become necessary soon. I hope you can make sure that it won't happen. I think we're fine. I don't need to change the normal rations for now. The villagers are suspect. I keep hearing stories of an attack by Francs-Tireurs on our comrades along the front. I organized some patrols through the village, Herr Unterofficer. Show the French who's in control here so they don't get any foolish ideas. Okay. Patrol the village, got it. Bonjour, monsieur! Are you Herr Unterofficer, whose people pitch their tents right here in the camp entrance? My name is Marianne Laroche. I am one of the village elders in our community. Since I can't speak German, I try my best to mediate between the residents. Since I can speak German, Try my best to mediate between the residents of the village and the soldiers here at the camp. Okay. Schmidbauer and... Is Lotez hurt? Good at drawing. I don't want... He's damaged, so I don't want to him. I'm gonna send Danner for field work and Lotez for patrolling the village. Wait, no, they're very intolerant, right? They're both very intolerant. Somewhat tolerant, okay. Send Fleckner. Fleckner and Lotez. And, yeah, I think this is good. Because this guy's very tolerant, right? Very by the book. He doesn't even have it, so he's just middle of the road. So this guy is very tolerant, and this guy is somewhat tolerant, so it's fine. Alright. Sunday, March 21st, 1915, when I saw the soldier Alfred Lotz at camp. He was inspecting his assigned rifle with great interest, almost as if he was memorizing design. Keep it up. Keep it up, I nodded at him. The first thing a good soldier does is familiarize himself with his material. Liz looked up. Professional interest only. I'm a toolmaker, he muttered, as if he was in no way interested in being a good soldier according to my standards. Good to have you with us, I replied. Your skills could be very useful here. He nodded gratefully and turned back to his rifle. Alright, so he's a builder. Lotz. He's a craftsman. Danner had settled in effortlessly in many regards. As a professional soldier, many things came very easily to him. That other new soldiers had difficulties with. Oh, came very easily to him. I thought there was a comma there for some reason. Whatever. He had even become a kind of mentor to some of his comrades, whom I've lost my place. Whom he could help out with his wealth of experience. However, word had already got around that he was Alsatian. After the defeat of the French-Prussian War, France had ceded Alsace-Lorraine region to the newly formed German Empire. Though the region had belonged to France for centuries, due to its location between the two nations, it was still heavily influenced by Germany historically and especially linguistically. However, in the First World War, the years leading up to it, Alsatians often ended up being distrusted by both sides, too German for the French and too French for the Germans. Basically a Frenchman, as some people put it, even in his presence. One evening, he stood in front of my tent and asked for a word. Herr Unteroffizier, is my origin a problem for you? He asked straightforwardly in his somewhat peculiar Alsatian accent. Not in the slightest, I replied calmly. Danner nodded contentedly and looked relieved. I'm glad to hear that. It does wear on me a bit, that the way some of the men seem to think about me. You know, I come from a family of soldiers. I was a soldier before this war started. I'm proud of what I do. Rightly so. I confirmed. With your experience and attitude alone, you already bring more honor to the uniform than some of others in this camp. Thank you, Herr Officer, Danner replied, saluted neatly, and left with renewed vigor in his step. Private Mang... Boarding for duty, Herr Officer. Where can I pitch my tent? Personal issues. Origin. I come from Borgus world, if you can believe it. Yes, I was used to some luxury, but don't worry, I won't mind giving it up. Family? I've never been taken as seriously anywhere as I am here. You can almost say my family, that's my comrades. What? I don't know. Maybe I read that weird. Wait, what was his stuff? He's very attentive, he's dexterous, somewhat tolerant, somewhat by the book, somewhat jaded. One can get used. What? I feel like it's to say used to. Used to even to. That seems weird. Ever-present suffering. Those who can laugh among the dying unconcerned may have lost a burden, but maybe not just that. Very distant, very courageous. Okay. Rivalry. Low stock supply. Okay. Change to very outspoken. That is be removed. Good, very good recovery removed. Change to exhausted. Respectful. Tired. Okay. I only have enough supplies for a few days left. Please make sure to get resupplied as soon as possible. As much as it pains me, if there's no way to get more, we should switch to half rations. Okay, let's see if we can get some more rations then. I don't know why I have my keyboard on me. We still haven't been resupplied. Let's hope it doesn't take too long. When's the next shipment? Should be... The delivery should have been here a while ago. Fortunately, I don't know how long it will take to get to us. Alright. Air Major is planning an attack. Prepare your men for battle, Herr Officer. We'll be at it again soon. Is there anything else? One of our patrols was scheduled to return yesterday, but there's still no sign of them. Send out your own patrol to find the comrades. And God have mercy on them. If it turns out they were just dilly-dallying. Okay. The sight of armed soldiers in our village is always unsettling. But your soldier Fleckner behaved very decently on his patrol. Please tell him I'm very grateful. She's physically fit and formal. Somewhat unpatriotic. Somewhat diplomatic. Somewhat compassionate. And somewhat cautious. Okay. Let's see. Rival of Danner. You and you go. And Ackerman, you go do field work. We want to make sure that the locals are happy, otherwise they might turn on us. There's a pub in the village, Herr Officer. Mac and I would like to visit with your permission. Mayhaps. The supply came in. I had to bring the rations directly to the unit stockpile. When's the next shipment? I don't expect the next shipment for at least a month. Alright. Gather a patrol to secure the area, and make sure your people keep their eyes open. They aren't going for a stroll. Who knows what riffraff hiding out there? Thieves, poachers, spies. was shot by our own people. They thought we were deserters, despite our uniforms and everything. It's very chaotic, poor visibility, and some nervous lad who wanted to be a hero was too quick on the trigger. Alright. I'm just healing well here. I think I'm fit for duty. Okay. Lightly wounded, okay. Well, sure. You know what? He did get shot. So let's send him out, okay. Ackerman is slightly tired. I wonder if I send them together, if they will, become friendlier. Is it because this guy's not very tolerant? He's very intolerant. I'm gonna send them together. You know what? Let's just send everyone else to the pub as well. Why not, you know? Villagers would disapprove. I feel like the villagers will probably have... They're pretty happy with us. I don't think they'll get that mad. Right? That's fine. I'll just send them. We were preparing for the imminent operation a few days from now. The mood was tense enough, but it seemed to weigh particularly hard on Fleckner. When he had heard of our upcoming deployment, he'd turned pale and the fear had not left his eyes. Is everything alright? Is everything alright? I asked him carefully. Perhaps there was some way to help him handle the situation. He looked up and made an attempt at concealing his emotions before finally sighing deeply and opening up a little. To be honest, no, Herr Officer, Unterofficer. That of going to battle and possibly never returning. He gulped and lowered his gaze. I nodded. Every soldier knew this fear. Together we'll come through. I promise. I promise. You and I, and all our comrades, we just have to watch out for one another. He skeptically glanced over towards the other men. His features hardened. And what are they supposed to do against a bullet destined for me? He turned away and returned to his task, as if made abundantly clear that he had considered the conversation over. Young Ackerman seemed made for war, strongly built, with an energetic voice, and never short of a quick-witted reply. Nothing and no one could harm him, at least not easily. I just saw him carrying 2 crates at once into the camp with quick steps, while Fleckner already seemed to be struggling with just one. When he passed the heavily panting Fleckner on his way, he roughly pulled the crate out of his hand and, with the words, "Leave it to me, lad," hoisted it onto his shoulder. Taken aback, Fleckner watched him go. It kind of seems like he was being nice. But if I compliment him, it'll make Fleckner feel bad. If I yell at Ackerman, he'll get low. I think I'm just gonna stay out of it. Stayed out of it. If you wanted to do more work voluntarily, that was fine by me. Maybe it would even motivate Fleckner. We have a few prisoners of war in our camp that need guarding until they can be moved to the prison. Until then, it will be your responsibility. Alright. Anything else? Not really. Okay. 2 soldiers. Okay. He's still damaged, so I'm just gonna let him. He'll probably do a pretty good job at guarding. And who else? Lot is pretty happy right now, but he's still tired. I don't want to send someone that's tired. Alrighty. Oh, I guess I'll just send these 2. Oh, I can talk to him about it again? I'm from Cologne, from the home of a major industrialist. Doesn't matter what family exactly, does it? I don't consider that very important. I'd prefer for you to just see me as someone whose life only just started, and judge me for what I do myself, here under your command. I'm not on great terms with my family, but thank you for your interest. I think this is my family now. The unit, it's good to feel the camaraderie, and to have you as our leader, okay? I didn't know I could talk to everyone again, so let's talk to everyone. I thought that maybe it was just gonna do the same thing every time. Okay. I'm gonna spell down. Okay, it's the same thing. I got married as soon as I received my first salary. I just don't know what my wife is doing. Okay. Proud of our town. We're still keeping tradition. Innovation are of course good, especially during war. Culturally, you have to stick with what's tried and tested. The teacher, I spent enough time with children already. I'm glad that I don't have any brats running around at home. Okay. Doesn't like kids. Got it. Family comes from the Rotsel near Colmar, or Rapspire, as we say in the Alsace. I grew up there. It's located at the foot of the Vosges, on the other side of the mountains in France. It's a good wine region. Most of our neighbors were wine growers. As children, we always helped the grape harvest. I come from a military family. My grandfather's grandfather marched in Napoleon's Grand Army. My grandfather still fought for the French at Sedan. Now I am on the other side, but just as my forefathers fought bravely for their fatherland, I will fight for mine. Origin? I am from Hanover. Didn't you know that? From the family of workers. As a teenager, I witnessed the big strikes that was an energy, a force, incomprehensible. I'm glad you asked. I have 4 children and hope my wife can keep them well fed. Sometimes the thought of my family is the only thing that I can hold on to. Okay. They say war will be over by Christmas, just like they did in the first year. I don't come from a farm or a wealthy mansion. I'm just simple little house in the outskirts of Lingnitz. Their hard work counts for more than fame. All I have left of my family is my poor mother. She always saved every penny just so I could study in Dresden. Okay. And Ackerman. I don't think I've talked to Ackerman yet. Oh yeah, okay. I did talk to Ackerman. Boy just turned 1. Surely he'll miss not having a man in the house, for now, but not much we can do about that. I started working at the steel mill because my old man has been a foreman there for a long time. But I earned the job as a boiler operator all by myself. Okay. I think that's all I can do for the day, right? How's the villagers? Oh, okay. They don't like me right now. We'll help in the field works for some, food. Won't send a bunch of people for field work here. For food. I think that's worth it. Tuesday, April 20th, 1915. When I faced Soldier Schwittmauer alone for the first time, he stood expectantly in front of me. Impeccably adjusted. Your orders here, Unterofficer. You can count on me. He spoke clearly and devoid of humor. The old fellow was a bit too eager for my taste. I liked his obvious meticulousness. as well as the respect he showed me. Very well, soldier, I said in an authoritative tone. Do not disappoint me. I won't, he said, then suddenly became a little more confident in tone. You and I, we have to keep the group in line. It was a welcome asset, sure. I'll get back to you on that. He seemed very pleased. Anytime, he encouraged me, and we exchanged complicit glances once more before parting. Gather your men, we're marching into battle. Herr Major is giving us the opportunity to prove ourselves. Time to drive the French out of their trenches. Okay. They really hate each other. Your first assignment here, Unterofficer. I'll give you what you need. Ammunition, bandages, grenades. I will issue them to you before every march to the front. Good luck out there. When's the next shipment? Or at least a month. Okay. Okay, it gave us 2 food, which is good when we got some. So we got 3 grenades, sufficient bandages, large amount of ammunition, lightly wounded is removed, well rested. Okay. Is everyone good here? He's tired. But he's always tired, so. Well rested. Okay. He's a bit tired. Well, he's still very tired. Wait, why did his switch over? He's shaken. And he's disappointed, but he's grateful and he has belonging, okay? Resentful. The soldier is resentful and irritated due to personal differences. Okay. I hope those two can push through that. Okay. Field kitchen was used through the First World War. It got its nickname Gulasch Kanon, German for goulash cannon, because it was attached to a limber like a cannon, and its black smoke vent was folded back when not used, and thus reminded of a cannon. Field kitchen was fired with all kinds of fuel, preferably wood. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a second. Okay. So this time we're the ones attacking, not being pushed back. Forward attack! Take the French trenches! A hurrah for the Kaiser! Alright, take the next trench. Unknown danger. Rough terrain. Where are we going? Should we go up with these guys, or go through the trenches? I feel like going through the trenches is probably smarter. We have plenty of ammo. So I don't think we need to do that. I think I'm gonna stick with these guys. Where's that go? French troop. I'm gonna go this way. We're gonna go this way with these guys. Moderate cover. Low cover. Good cover. Grenade range from here. Let's do that. We're gonna be front linesmen, boys. We're gonna take these Frenchies out as quickly as possible. The sooner we get honors, the sooner we leave the front lines. Move to the bushes! Move into the bushes, boys! We haven't fired a single shot yet. We're already almost at the trenches. Alright. Oh man, that's 10 French troops? Is that what that's saying? This is just 2 French troops, right? And they're suppressed. What does this say? Narrow cover, close quarters combat, in grenade range, and enemies on flank. That'd be such a bad idea. Can I just, like... There's no one I can fire on, it doesn't look like. That landed literally on top of us. How did we not die? Low danger. Enemies on flank. Covering fire for movement. Let's do that. Danner is a good shot. Loads. Good shot. Where is... going from like 6th position there. I think we're just gonna push up here, I think. We got 2 guys covering for when they're pushing. Moderate artillery shelling. They have excellent cover. We need to get rid of these guys. Manpower will fire, covering fire for our movement for our boys. Move forward. You're pushing our. Oh, they were moving forward there. I didn't know that's what was going on. That's fine. The other guys are moving too. We need to cut through the barbed wire anyway, so. Oh, snap, look at this guy. That sneaky little devil is coming through. Oh! Who was that? Loads. Wait, I thought it said that I could... Oh, right here. Cut barbed wire. Fleckner is the dexterous one, right? Yeah. That just landed on their own people. Done, I cut a path through the barbed wire. It's pain. We need to, how do I use a bandage? First aid on, Loads. There we go. Actually, maybe we should just... Can we move first? Can I... Oh, I can have them fire on these guys, right? Oh, I need 3 people to do that. No one has out of the breath, right? Out of the breath here. Oh, wait, covering fire. Alright. Is that a French soldier? You throw the grenade. And you guys suppress. So they can't move. Grenade was a direct hit! Good job. Into close combat? I think we can do that, right? Their morale is demoralized? Do we do that? I think we just stay. And then just, fire. Should I throw another grenade? Throw another grenade. Wait, no, suppress. not moving. I thought they would be trying to retreat. The enemy withdrawn, like, hold the line and make sure the French don't change their mind. Grenade didn't hit directly, but the French got properly panicked. Do I chase after him, you think? How far is that actually going? To where they're at? I think so. Let's go. Oh! They ran the other way. They've overpowered the French in close combat. They're on retreat. Alright. Where did they go? Wait, they're just gone? I guess fire on sight, Donner, and... Tactical movement here, sure. Almost no danger. Close quarters combat. Grenade range and good cover. Okay. Move it! We can get ammunition there too. Men, start searching for some ammunition. Who's this? Who is this? Oh, this guy. Don't shoot! Just pass direct help me, please. Can we, like, cut them? Donner, first aid. And, Schmidtbauer, you search him. No. Ackerman, you search him. It's a good thing we searched that Frenchman. He still had a grenade on him. I couldn't find any, but I did find some bandages. Okay, perfect. Danner. Treatment will take more time, but I think he'll pull through. Okay. This guy's also dying. Just one guy over here? Alright, we're doing a tactical movement. about this guy? This guy got shot, so he's down. We were able to defend our position in melee. The attackers are retreating. Commence search for ammo. And you two fire on sight. On this guy specifically, please. Oh, that guy's dead. No equipment found. Okay. This guy's hurt. Let's go see if we can help him. I am wounded. No danger. Search prisoner for equipment? Okay. Ackerman. Oh, no. You search. You first aid. I forgot you were back. Welcome back, Fleckner. More first aid for you. Oh, wait, there's a search crates, too. Let's actually have you search the crates, and you search the prisoner. We showed them we are victorious! 3 hurrahs for the Kaiser! Capture the soldier had ammunition we can use. Soldier's bleeding is almost stopped. I won't need much longer. Didn't find any ammunition, but I did find some bandages. Perfect. Yeah, we need to find more ammunition. We used quite a bit in this battle. Look at this guy just up here. He just keeps wandering back and forth. Is that it? Next level. Okay. We did it! Only one man was wounded. And we got him home safe, I think. The M2 gas mask was manufactured in France and used by the French armed forces from around April 1916. It consisted of a single piece of material that completely covered the face, with 2 round metal-framed cellophane glass panes for the eyes, without the addition of a filter usually found in later masks. It was also widely used by the British and later by the Americans. In total, almost 30 million of these masks were produced during the war. Would that even work? I mean, maybe a little bit, but... He's getting good recovery, so he's good. Don't worry, Herr Unterofficer, it looks worse than it is. Optimistic that I'll make a full recovery, but I need rest now. Thank you for visiting me. I'm from Hanover. My father was a metal worker. That was my whole world. Growing up, miners, metal, and shipyard workers. A class of people without any privilege. Poor children, yeah. My youngest was born just before the war, and now I'm here. I don't even want to imagine what's going to become of them if I don't make it back. We'll take good care of Lotz. Thank God we currently have the means to provide the best care for his recovery. There's a lot to do, but we're used to that. Time for patience, but persistence. Yeah. So, I'm gonna send Fleckner to help. Fleckner and Mennick, because he's jaded. Things constantly appear and disappear without any proper documentation. It's time to take stock so I finally know what we actually have again. If you could spare some people to help, I'd be very grateful. Taking stock. Great. Yeah, that's a good thing to have. French still have a hard time stomaching this defeat. That's no reason to rest on our laurels. I expect full commitment. Okay. Taking stock. I'm gonna put Danner and Ackerman together. I want them to be happy with each other. Actually, you know what? This guy did a lot during the fight. Let's let him rest. These two were kind of sitting behind because they weren't good at shooting. Thursday, April 29th, 1915. Every time I saw Mennick, I almost didn't trust my own eyes. I could not help but wonder if that boy was old enough to be drafted. He was short, his shoulders narrow, and there was not a hint of peach fuzz on his cheeks, let alone beard. Oh, it's a woman! Good to have you with us. When he passed me, I acknowledged him with a nod. Good to have you with us, I told him with a smile. Mennick seemed to have noticed my initial doubts. I know I don't exactly have the statue of a gladiator, but this isn't ancient Rome, is it? He asked in a grin cheekily. I was reading it backwards. Meanwhile, he swiftly opened his internal magazine of his rifle with a soft click and checked the mechanical function of the weapon, presumably to underline his argument. Got your wits about you, I like that. Keep that up, and we won't have any issue. Got your wits about you, I like that, I told him. Keep that up, and we won't have any issues. He beamed with pride and hurried off, as if to make a point that he wasn't idling. I'd like to let everyone just rest, but I don't think I'll be able to do that. The latrine is filled to the brim. Someone should take care of that before it overflows. Well, you're the one that suggested it. Maybe you should do it. Took you long enough, Unterofficer. The Major ordered the start of an offensive this morning. Fortunately, we don't get a chance to win fame and honor just yet. We're in reserve for the time being. Make sure your men are ready to move out at all times. After all, we don't want to disappoint the Major once it's finally our turn. Got it. Major's an impressive man, determined, orderly, and loyal to the Emperor to a fault. A textbook example of a Prussian officer. You should take a page from his book, Herr Unterofficer. Alright. What else is there? Just stuff in the tent. Loads. Been released from the hospital! I'm still a bit bruised, but feeling a lot better already. The rest will surely heal. Okay. Trade you a reward. You get a bigger ration. That's kind. Of course I don't mind getting more food, I just hope the others won't feel shortchanged. You got injured in the fight. Get better. And we'll ask for some food as well. Alright. Pick up food from the villagers. We'll send Fleckner. Mennick seemed pretty stoked to be... Oh, no. Oops. Stoked to be helping. Ackerman and Schwarzbrenner. Even though they're not very friendly, but... that should increase their happiness. Like, we help them get food so that they can give us food, you know? It's a win-win situation here. May 17th, 1915. Thank you for taking the time, Herr Unterofficer. Nurse Elizabeth seemed tense. She had asked me to come and see her to discuss an important matter. Please follow me, she motioned, and led me past the hospital towards a barren patch of land with a series of shallow ditches dug in the line, graves. With this new offensive coming, Elizabeth paused and turned to face me with an earnest expression, pointing towards the graves. Well, we're going to need a lot more of those. Do you think you could spare some of your men to dig more? We'll help you. I'll help you, I promised her. She nodded, relieved. Thank you so much, Herr Unterofficer. You're not just helping the hospital, you're helping your comrades, your men, perhaps even yourself. If we run out of spaces for the dead, we also run out of space and time for those who might still be saved. She gave me a tired smile, gently squeezed my arm, and slowly made her way back to the field hospital. Okay, he's still injured. These villagers are suspect. I keep hearing stories about the... Okay. Let's let Danner... Though Danner's pretty tired, isn't he? He's just tired, guys. That's better than strained. Or exhausted. I feel like a patrol won't really damage him too much. Because he's somewhat tolerant. And I know Danner is very tolerant, right? No, he's actually not. Fleckner is just a good one to have to control the village. That's the thing. I think I'm gonna do Fleckner and, Mennick. Because he's also somewhat tolerant. And to dig graves, sorry Ackerman, but I think you gotta do it. And... these two, okay. Friday, May 21st, 1915. Madame LaRoche, the speaker of the nearby French village, greeted me with a smile, but quickly cut to the chase of why she'd come here. The cannons have been thundering day and night, and the villagers are scared, she explained. Especially the younger children are suffering. It was only in that moment that it occurred to me that our artillery truly had been firing almost non-stop for some time now. Of course, the distant, if constant grumbling paled in comparison to the actual impacts we faced on the battlefield, and I had long learned to put the noise out of my mind. Or perhaps my hearing has just gotten that bad. Do you perhaps know how long this will continue? Madame LaRoche asked carefully. At least some time yet, I'm afraid. We recently launched an offensive. I informed Madame LaRoche, distraught by what she told me. I understand. She sighed and hung her head. Thank you for letting me know, monsieur. At least now we know what to expect. Remained in silence for a few moments, but something was clearly weighing on her. Is there anything else I can do for you? I asked carefully. Madame LaRoche forced a tired smile. I appreciate the thought, monsieur. Monsieur, but I doubt that you could grant me this wish. Her eyes wandered over the distant pounding cannons, and her voice suddenly sounded unusually frail. Please don't kill them. Our husbands and sons. Our brothers and fathers. I don't plan to. I assured her. We both knew that did not mean it would be possible to avoid it. Still, looking into each other's eyes in silence, we each recognized the deep-felt hope that it would not come to that. After a little while like this, she nodded thoughtfully, and I thank you for that as well, monsieur. Take good care of your men and yourself. With those words, she turned away. Saturday, May 22nd. Is that the same day as the other one? Whatever. Since we were far from the nearest field bookstore, the soldiers could only get books or newspapers by mail. When a mobile war library stopped near us in Bildungskanon, mobile war library, often referred to as the Bildungskanon, German for education canon, was very popular with the soldiers. Some publishers, such as Reclam, Incel, and Ulstein, produced specially adapted book series with small format editions on particularly light paper. During the war, studies were conducted on the reading behaviors of soldiers, which revealed that entertainment literature and non-fiction books, e.g. on technology, physics, or chemistry, were the most popular. Some of my soldiers made their way there, but Lotz, who presumably hadn't noticed my presence yet, only commented, they only have the military leadership's capitalistic brainwashing anyways. You've got a point, but at least it keeps Borm at bay. I remarked with a shrug. Looked disconcerted for a moment. He probably hadn't expected me to hear his line, but when he realized that I would not denounce his critical words towards military leadership, he relaxed. Granted, Marx is not something you read for relaxation, he replied, with a laugh before following the orders of others after all. Wednesday, May 26th, 1915. Danner had received an unusual letter via the Red Cross. I know what the Red Cross is, I don't know why I went over it. Sent by the Major of Mulhouse. My puzzlement must have been evident when I handed him the letter, because as our eyes met, he sighed and muttered, "It's a long story. Only if you want to share it." I offered. I would hardly force him to tell me. Donner hesitated for a few moments, but then began to speak. Short version, my brother-in-law, the husband of my second youngest sister, is a Prussian civil servant in the town of Milhuse in Upper Alps. I don't know how to say that. I wish I knew how to say that. Mulhouse is standard German, or rather he was, until the French repeatedly occupied the town at the beginning of the war and interned him, and many other civil servants, Danner reported, trying hard to sound matter-of-fact. They also took the mayor with them, and he is now using the privilege of his position to ensure that his employees can keep their relatives informed, Danner explained. Holding up the paper in his hand, the letter is from my brother-in-law, not the mayor. How are your brother-in-law and sister and brother-in-law? I asked cautiously. Stride in that alone already eased some of my worries. Aside from the circumstances, they are fine. My sister and her little daughter are safe with my parents. I feel sorry for my little niece, who is now growing up without her father, but unfortunately that's the case for many children at the moment. For a short pause, he straightened his posture and continued the unexpected indifference. My brother-in-law reports that the French are treating him well. I'm not particularly close to him, but I guess he has a stronger memory of me since I helped my sister escape from Mulhouse. We were there in Mulhouse? I asked curiously. My trial by fire, Danner confirmed. The war had just begun, we had marched south from Zabern, and had not yet taken up position when the French entered Mulhouse. Without a fight, we caught up with them shortly afterwards, and the Battle of Mulhouse was decided within a day, in our favor, but the town and the surrounding villages still suffered. I had only been there twice before the war, but it was depressing to see my fellow countrymen, and this town I knew in such circumstances. Almost as if he had forgotten, he hastily added, and my family, my sister, my brother-in-law, and their little daughter, not even a year old, were still in the town and had to endure all that. My sister fled with the child to my parents before the French marched in again a week later. My brother-in-law wanted and had to stay when and was then detained during the second occupation. The French detained civilians? Danner nodded hesitantly and conflicted. Allegedly, in retaliation for the Empire's internment of French citizens, instead of deporting them when the war was declared. Then he turned away, looking dejected. We did worse things when we took back Mulhouse afterwards. Many of our comrades were angry and suspicious. They had heard how a lot of the town inhabitants had welcomed the French with open arms. He paused briefly and elaborated. There was a shootout one night. A dragoon died, and the local military leadership wanted someone to hold responsible. From what I've heard, 2 of our troops shot at each other. But of course, no one wanted to admit that openly. So the locals were blamed. Dozens of houses were burned down, dozens of civilians arrested, 6 of them were executed without trial. Danner stared blankly ahead for a few moments before gathering himself and switching back to a more detached tone. Bitter irony. The mayor had even advocated for the prisoner's release, and a few days later he was captured by the French after they reconquered Mulhouse. Seems no matter who wins, House will suffers. I noted sadly. Donner nodded dejectedly. I'm glad there aren't any major battles taking place in Else. Mulhouse was liberated at the end of August 1914, and has been in our hands ever since. The fewer incidents, the fewer misunderstandings. I guess it ended up being a long version after all, Danner said with a gentle, contented smile. Then he turned his attention to his paper in his hand. If you excuse me, I'd like to read the letter now. I said a quick goodbye and set about distributing the rest of the letters. Okay, we're in a very... Oh! Resentful removed! They're not so mad at each other anymore. But he also changed to very jaded. He's highly motivated. After all this time out here, sometimes you suddenly realize that you have actually improved. I feel like I've learned something new after all. Okay. We have a few prisoners of war in our camp that need guarding until they can be moved to prison. Is there anything else? Major has finally given us some marching orders. We're going to battle soon, about time. We kept your people readied as ordered. I expect you and your men to give it your all in the field. This is your chance to come. Couple of days, got it. Guard captives. Okay. You're tired. You're tired. You're not. You're not. You're very tired. You're tired. Okay, so I guess it's just you two. And the rest of you can rest, I think? Oh wait, she's got something to say. Instead of armed soldiers and officials always in setting, but your soldier, Fleckner, behaved very decently on his patrol. Please tell him we're grateful. Don't worry about it. Alright. Can't help you in the fields today. We're marching soon. I probably shouldn't tell you that, but you know what? You're a good friend. Oh, attentive added to him. That's nice. Relieved. Resentful. Grateful. Lightly wounded removed. Okay. I think everyone's good. Engagement's in 2 turns. I see. Okay, that's good. Because there was a bunch of people that are super tired. Friday, May 28th, 1915. Loud voices carried over to me as I made my usual rounds. That afternoon, several of my men surrounded Schmidtbauer, who was seizing a soldier from another troop by the collar. Among the bystander Lotz, even at a distance, I could hear Schmidtbauer shouting at the other soldiers, "Traitors like you will get us all killed here." I took Lutz aside and had him explain what's going on. When you heard Lutz, Italy's joined the war as well, he said, as if that explained everything. That's when I remembered the name of the soldier Schmidtbauer was clutching, Tony Colony. I intervened and had the two of them separated. Wait, this is the guy I saved, isn't it? Intervened and had the two of them separated. What's going on here? I demanded to know. Schmidtbauer had to be restrained by one of the men, so as not to go straight back to charging the other soldier. What a someone, he raged. The likes of him are not to be trusted. Such criminals shouldn't be allowed to fight with us here. The other man gasped and replied, I won't be treated like that. I'm a German too, with a passport and everything. Schmidt-Bauer huffed. Don't make me laugh. The name speaks for itself. Kalini wasn't about to put up with this. The fact that my father came from Italy hardly makes me a traitor. All comrades. Don't even need to bring in nationality. So I had to remind Schmidt-Bauer that we're all comrades here. Leave the man alone, Schmidt-Bauer, I interrupted the argument. He's one of us now, and he's fighting alongside us. Schmidt-Bauer was about to reply when Lotz put a hand on his shoulder. Come on, let's go. Scoffing, Schmidt-Bauer turned away. I waited until the groups dispersed. There's no reason to punish him yet. I waited until the groups dispersed and went on my way. The experience made me think. Having Italy in the war now would definitely make the war bigger, and the resentment against Italian immigrants would probably not subside anytime soon. Should I have handled it differently? What would this development mean for the war and for us? Sometimes you forgot about the rest of the world here at the front lines, and then it suddenly caught up with us on days like these. Saturday, May 29th, 1915. Word of Fleckner's drawing skills have obviously spread. More and more often I saw soldiers sitting with him, having their portraits done in full uniform for their loved ones back home. Industrious as he was, Fleckner gradually earned a decent extra income from this and visibly flourished in his new role among the soldiers. This morning, a small group of soldiers and other troops had already gathered around him. You know what? Yeah, people are happy. Fleckner's happy. Carry on, I said, nodding amiably. As Fleckner looked at me sheepishly, relieved, he returned to his drawings, apparently pleased by my approval of his sideline. Okay, so one more turn. Alright, so is Fleckner less sad now? Yes, good. He's always so sad because of the tired of war thing. Changed to tired. Tired removed. Strained. Favorable. Somewhat distant. It changed from very distant to somewhat distant. That's good. Okay. How's everyone doing? He is tired. He is not. He is not. He is not. He is strained, okay. And he is not. Wait, he still has rivalry with him, but this guy... Oh, he does, okay. They're not... They don't hate each other, is what it was, okay. Resupply came in. Had them bring... Okay. Next shipment. At least a month. Got it. Ordered to expand the rear trenches. Don't let the enemy artillery or snipers dissuade you. Okay. Schmidt-Bauer. Ackerman isn't tired, right? Yeah, Ackerman's not tired. Schmidt-Bauer. Source overflow. The rations from now on, before anything goes to waste. Okay, yeah, let's do that. How do I do double rations? Oh, for 6 turns. Okay, it's already doing it. That's perfect. I wanted everyone to be happy, full belly before we go into battle. Thursday, June 10th, 1915. What are you reading? You really think that'll help you in the trenches? Ackerman suddenly snapped at Danner, who until a moment ago had been engrossed in his book. Mind your own business, Danner replied, unimpressed. When Ackerman snatched the book from his hand in one swift motion, nothing more than a page-turner, he sneered. You have time for this? I've seen you sitting here with it all day. You wouldn't last a day at our steel mill. You'll soon tire of reading. I intervened to calm down the situation. Ackerman, calm down. We need everyone here, and Danner can spend his free time however he sees fit. So give him his book back. As you wish, Ackerman growled, thrusting the book back at Danner's hands with a cold stare. But I wouldn't let people get away with such slack behavior. They'll go all soft on you, no wonder the lads end up walking into battle like puddings. What? With a brief nod, Ackerman turned to leave. Monday, June 14th, 1915. Experience of our last mission made me think. Young Manic's behavior kept running through my mind. At every command, he had rushed off as if there was no tomorrow. It wasn't just the unconditional obedience to the army command, and to me, that was common among some other soldiers. What was missing was the fear that nearly all soldiers had, and the seemingly natural aversion to killing another person. Even if that person had been declared an enemy, Mank didn't seem to shy away from it. Worried about his mental state. To make sure I didn't lose any men. If he wasn't careful, he would end up killing himself. On my next round, I approached him. Just want to get all of these men through this. After a brief opening statement, I got to the point. Listen, men, I don't want to lose a man if it can be prevented in any way. Your reckless behavior, you'll have break that habit. Manic looked at me in astonishment. Then, after a while, he also said, I also want my comrades to survive. That's why I'm prepared to die for them. And for Kaiser. God in Vaterland, of course. He said with his last statement, evidently half-hearted. I want to know what it says after this, because this is a good one. The boy acted as if this was all just a play. I narrowed my eyes skeptically. You play your part well, but this is no theater. If you die out there, then, I faltered mid-sentence. Menik was visibly startled when I accused him of acting. That threw me off my game. Menik, however, quickly regained his composure and countered with a shrug. I've never been to the theater. I'm no... but I get it. No cockiness, huh? Herr Unterofficer, you got it. He spat noisily on the ground and reached for his rifle. But at least I had achieved my goal for the time being. I left it at that. Oh my goodness. So much happened. Oh, he switched from very jaded to somewhat jaded again. Oh, but they changed back to very jaded. Favorable to uneasy. Everyone is well rested. Alright. Okay, going back to the front. Here's everything your troop needs. Thank you. Gather your men, Herr Unterofficer. We're marching into battle. Air Major is giving us the opportunity to prove ourselves. Time to drive the French out of their trenches. Okay. So it seems like you get 3 grenades for the start of every battle, full ammo, and full medical supplies if you didn't already have it. But I did, so it doesn't matter. So that's good. I'm going to go to the bathroom before we start the next one, too. Because I like to be fully high prestige and excellent mood. I'm doing good. I was also in the bathroom just realizing how little I actually, like, know about World War One. How can I help you? Nothing. Go to battle. Yeah, like, I know a lot about World War Two, but I know very little about World War One. Like, the only thing I really know is that it was started because of the assassination of Duke Ferdinand. Duke Ferdinand, is that his name? I don't remember. But yeah, that's really the only thing I know. In Schleiermail, that's how I'd say it, Schleiermail, I did not feel as if I was without a shadow because of my voluntary enlistment, but rather because the surrender of one's own will in military service is, for me, the loss of one's idiosyncrasies, outwardly embedded in the masquerade of the uniform. Letter to Gustav Scheffler, 1927. Ernest Ludwig Kirchner, right? That's what it is? Was a founding member of the artist group Bruck, and is now considered one of the most important representatives of expressionism, whatever, you know what it is. He had volunteered for military service, but the training took such a toll on him physically and psychologically that he had to leave the service, was discharged, and ultimately deemed unfit for duty. Kirchner became dependent on medication and underwent several stays in various sanatoriums. The war was a profound, traumatic experience for Kirchner, which had a strong influence on his work from 1915 onwards, both stylistically and in terms of content. Okay. I see a person with a hat, and they're shooting lasers out of their eyes. Yeah! Alright, I gotta try not to get someone injured in the first 5 seconds of the fight this time. Forward attack! Take the French trenches. Hold on, sorry. Hurrah for Kaiser! Schmidt Bauer? Herr Unterofficer, the enemy forces fire is forcing us to take cover. I await your order as to how we should proceed. Do we fire back or no? Suppresses enemies. Increases fervor. Yeah, let's fire back. Cover our team. Okay, they're under fire. Cover. It's narrow. That's German troops over there. Okay. I think we advanced here. Or wait, maybe not. Very low danger. Moderate cover. Suppression of enemy positions. Got it. Danger. I think we move here, so we can pull up behind our team, and we'll be safe as well. We'll cover the back line, and I'm not just saying that because I'm a coward, but yeah. Is that the French, or is that our guys? Those are our guys, but they're getting suppressed now. Who are they getting suppressed by? These guys, probably? 6 active soldiers. Where's a... Eh. So those guys are right there. So I have a feeling that... I wish I could, like, see it a little bit better. It's got moderate cover. We got people firing, blocking us. I think we should move here instead of here, because this has already been bombed, so there's a chance it could get bombed again. I don't know. I don't know what the chances are, but... Okay, maybe not. There's two things that I'm saying that. There's one here. Maybe we'll move here and move this way to help these guys. That's what I'm gonna do. Moderate danger, low danger. From 3 and 10, so 3 is over here and 10's over there. And this is from 3 and 10 as well. I think advancing here is what I want to do. We can figure out where to go from there. Actually, this is probably a better spot, honestly. Because only 3 can shoot us if we go this way. Let's do that. Go, men! Go! 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 Oh, who was that? Who just got shot? Troops on the other side of the trench are having difficulty breaking through the machine gun fire. Take machine gun nests so that the other troops can move up. That's the only way we can... Okay. Oh, no! Danner's winning on the way here. We have to help him. Yeah. Get Danner to cover. Schmidt power. Where's the machine gun fire? Here? I don't like the fact that Donner got injured right away. Rifle jam? Uh-oh. Gonna cut through the barbed wire? Got it. My rifle's jammed. Let another soldier take care of it. Lopes, you fix it. Fleckner, you first aid on Danner. Should we? Advance this way. Advance this way. Advance this way. If we go around this way, I think we'll have a better shot at taking out these guys. I'm not sure. Yeah, everyone's suppressed, so I think we just push forward. Here. I can't tell what's happening. Someone else get shot? No, okay. Throw a grenade. Mank, you're good at that, so go ahead. Someone, cover for Lawrence. Yeah. Granada Bruche! I don't remember what it says. Granada Bruche? Bruche? I don't know. You got this, Mank! Good throw! Forced him out. Grenade didn't hit directly, but the French got properly panicked. One? Oh, this one. Way over here, there's nobody. They're gonna shoot me. Significant danger. Low danger. This one probably makes the most sense to do. Actually, this wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, let's do this. Let's go through the trenches. Go, my pretties! This is what I wanted to do in the first place. Oh, they're in like a perfect spot for a grenade. Mank, do you think you could throw a grenade up there? Mank will throw a grenade while we flank the enemies. Wait, Mank didn't throw a grenade. Oh no, he did! We're on a flank. Wait, are we are getting flanked? Is that what it's saying? Enemies in flank. Stay here. Who's flanking us? 5? Still flank. This is not. Plus, we'll be able to fight these guys here. Okay, let's go. Oh, there's a lot of guys here. These are German soldiers, right? No, they are not. Still pretty good on everything. We're flanked, but we need to advance towards the machine gun zone. Enemies withdrawing. Hold the line, make sure the French don't change their mind. Drive away the MG troop. This is the MG troop, right? Yeah, that's the MG troop. Who's flanking? Enemies on the floor. Who's flanking? Doesn't say who. And we're gonna flank the MG troop and shoot him from behind. Or at least drive him away. Hey, this looks like the spot that we started at. Is this the spot we started at? Did we do it? Advance! The enemy's machine was neutralized. Okay, I guess that was it. Oops. And for this one, I guess... Hold this one on. Uh-oh. There was still a bit of ammunition and first aid supplies here. Took everything I could find. There's a grenade and some ammunition. Ooh, lots of stuff there. There's German troops. Oh, Fleckner's coming. Tactical movement, maybe. Try to collect more stuff. I don't know if they, like, piles up. I don't know. But that war's going forward is not a bad thing. I'm about to fall over. I've got no strength left. Okay, we'll take a break here. I think we push forward. At worst, if they don't move, we can throw a grenade. If they do move, we shoot them. That was a good grenade, but it didn't kill a single person. We have 2 grenades. Should I throw 2? I didn't hit directly. I was able to find some ammunition. Perfect. Okay. Mjolnir, you're better at that, so you keep doing it. Oh, there's a guy bandaging someone over here. I just missed, okay. We showed them we are victorious! 3 hurrahs for the Kaiser! I think we just end. There's nothing else I need to do. We'll let those 2 escape. We did it! Before and during World War I, mobile field ovens were used in the field bakery columns. One column had 12 field ovens and was able to bake 23,000 loaves within 24 hours. That was half the daily requirement of an Army Corps. The French will have a hard time stomaching this defeat. There's no reason less. Okay. Anything else? Field laundry can't keep up with the demand. Leave them, your unit will be responsible for keeping their uniforms clean by themselves. Remember that Army standards are to be upheld nonetheless. Okay, Schmidt-Bauer. Okay, he's the least, so let's have him do it and everyone else can go to the pub. Is this per person? No, it's just the villagers will disapprove. Okay, that's fine. I can fix that. Donner! Or Herr Unterofficer. It looks worse than it is. Okay. A couple of these guys will have to do field work tomorrow, though. That's the thing. You go to the pub, but you gotta do field work the next day. Monday, June 21st, 1915. Herr Unterofficer. Lotz beckoned me over to him cheerfully. In front of him lay a particularly unpacked parcel that he had received from his loved ones back home. Among the various small items, there was a large piece of ham. He cut off a chunk with his knife and held it out to me. Try it. My family has spoiled me rotten this time. Your comrades would surely appreciate a piece. I thanked him, but I declined. Your comrades would surely appreciate a piece. I'm a little surprised at first, but soon a smile spread across his face. Good idea! I'll stop by the others later and see if they want a piece. Then he resumed looking through his package. Still bruised? Okay. Alright. We'll have Fleckner do laundry duty, and we'll get any uniforms. So your uniforms have to wash sometime. Okay, perfect. Now we don't have to do that. We have plenty of supplies, but, Ackerman, Schwarzbauer, Mink, and Lotz. Actually, Ackerman didn't do it. Fleckner was. Oh, but he's strained. Let's give him a break. These 3 will do it. Your unit is tasked with guard duty. Appoint 2 men who can patrol the boundaries of the camp. Got it. Tired, strained. Next day off, actually. These two, perfect. We had just finished what the men had come to call the cock parade, the inspection of all genitalias in front of the whole team, with some subsequent education afterwards. A few of the men joked around where they would put their freshly received condoms to use now, and who would be the first to get it. Schmidtbauer listened to them with growing horror. Chastity and virtue must be upheld, especially in times of war, he said. Outside of marriage, without a goal of procreation, you must not even think of such thing. We have to contain the venereal diseases. It's important that we contain venereal diseases, I explained. Looked at me in confusion. We would achieve this goal just as well with chastity, Herr Unterofficer. And took advantage of his sense of authority. Military leadership has decided to distribute condoms. Surely we're not going to question that. Directly resumed his rigid posture. Yes, Herr Unterofficer, he said. That settled the matter. At that moment, Herr Menek arrived, whom I had to excuse from the cockpit because of severe diarrhea. He must have spent half an hour in the latrine, poor guy. Now, of course, he had endured the jokes about it, and the men jeered again. Shy Menek was quick-witted and countered nonchalantly. I only took a poo. As far as I know, one of you is in the latrine duty. Happy about the good mood, I left the men alone. Good weather. Wow, first time having good weather. We had a few prisoners of war in our camp that need guarding. Okay. Oh, they're friends. Nice. The harvest has begun in the village. If we help the villagers in the next weeks, I'm sure they'll happily share with us. Smart man. How's our food? Yeah, you know what? You mind if we have some food too? Ackerman, Schmidtbauer. He's tired, but that's fine. There. Oh, Flecker actually got stronger. You know, let's just send everyone. Think how much food we can get, and how happy the villagers will be. Wednesday, July 14th, 1915. One day, Schmidtbauer was supposed to receive an exceptionally large Lebensgabe today. Gifts of love were gifts donated by people all over the empire, sent to soldiers at the front line through charities. They mainly contain warm clothing, food, and luxury items, reading materials, and everyday items such as soaps, candles, handkerchiefs, and washcloths. This particular parcel contained a generic letter of encouragement and quite a few cans of food. It's not to make him happy. I assumed, and I was proven right in short order. He was virtually beaming with joy when he opened the package and brought its contents to light. However, he then hastily packed it away again and stowed the new private supply in his tent. That's fine. It was his, right? Lowitz was engrossed in a newspaper. I looked over his shoulder and saw that he was reading news from the Eastern Front. The author of the article was making fun of the riots and strikes that had broken out in Russia. Russian soldiers originally deployed against the protests had defected to the protesters. So we'll weaken the Russians. I said, Lowitz startled. Yes, yes, he stammered, caught off guard. Lenin, he coughed and then paused. I wanted to know more. What about Lenin? I asked, genuinely interested. He looked at me conspiratorially. Lenin no longer wants a campaign for war. He calls the war advocates in the labor movement social chauvinists, he said quietly. Then he clutched his trousers pocket, where I suspected photographs of his wife and children to be. I'm not pacifistic, he then assured me. I just find it interesting that in Russia, class division is being reconsidered. I saw hope in his eyes, and at the same time knew that I had no revolt to fear from him. So what was the harm in giving him his passion a bit of room? Herr Unterofficer, the latrine are filled to the brim. Someone should take care of it before it overflows. Understood. Where else might be, at least the weather is on our side. Sometimes it's the little things that keep us going. Anything else? For all this time, sometimes you suddenly realize that you have actually improved. Somehow. Swift. Oh. That's good, because he's been running all over the place, healing everyone, because I keep getting someone injured. Oh, his Tired of Ward went down, too. Both of these went up to somewhat compassionate. Cool. You're tasked with the guard duty. Appoint 2 men to patrol. Okay. It's time to expand on our gains of our previous victory. Air Major expects another victory, and on my honor, I'll give him one. Prepare your men, a full commitment once we march into battle. Got it. Alright. Latrine duty. Increased nausea. He's upset, so I don't want to put him there. No, okay. Guard duty. These two are friends. Except these 3, because there's 3 days until deployment. I have time to have them rest up. But having the harvest, helping in the harvest, will increase our food supply. Sunday, July 25th, 1915. The soldiers undressed to remove lice from their clothing. Only Menik preferred to comfort himself awkwardly instead of taking off his clothes. When Comrade tried to help him, he roughly brushed him off. I have a feeling it's a woman, but... I said nothing. I made a joke? No, I said nothing. Said nothing. The other soldiers started teasing Menik. They remained very amicable and humorous. Didn't get rough at all. They liked Menik. That was immediately obvious, and Menik understood the situation accordingly. He laughed heartily. In the end, however, he still remained dressed. Gather a patrol to secure the area and make sure your people keep their eyes open. They are going for a stroll. Got it. Okay. Menik. They're good friends, and I like sending them together. When you first established a camp here, I feared the worst for our village. I'm very grateful you proved me wrong. give him a day off. Actually, no, I'll give him a day off tomorrow. I had a good conversation with Menik. He's a good man. Glad to have him with us. They're friends with Menik. One of your comrades is guilty of the most heinous crime a soldier can commit, desertion. Gather your people immediately and hunt down that traitor. Schmidt-Bauer. They seem like they'd probably get well together. Resupply came in. I had them bring the cut. Anything else? You surely remember the pig slaughter at the beginning of the year, Herr Unterofficer. After having cheap meat for a while, we are now feeling the consequences. I can only advise you to prepare yourself for smaller meat rations in the near future. Okay. Let's offer some help to the... As unusually calm. This is strange. Okay. You know what? That means it doesn't need help. I wonder if, supplies need. The artillery is using a lot of ammunition these days. Some people are already complaining that they can hardly keep up. There's no harm in having more helpers to load the cart. Okay. Fleckner, Donner, Menik. You can rest. Alright. Once again, letters and cards have arrived. Schmidt-Bauer seemed dissatisfied. He came to me and said, unpromptly, "All jammer brief?" What? The increasingly deteriorating living conditions at home were also reflected in the letters to the soldiers, most of which were written by women. Due to a large number of letters, not all of them were censored. At the latest, some of these letters were reproduced by Allied propaganda centers and dropped in the air over the German lines to show the soldiers the desolate conditions at home. They were considered by the military leadership to be very dangerous for the morale of the troops. In newspaper appeals, women were asked to send only cheerful and encouraging letters to their relatives at the front. Critical and negative letters were labeled as Jammerbrief, a German word for letters of lamentation, and were also increasingly frowned upon by society. All Jammerbrief. The women back home should have our backs. Reminder of the strength of the women at home. Who do you think is at home in the gunpowder factories? The women not only back us up, they guarantee our supplies. That was apparently the wrong thing to say. Schmidt-Bauer gave me a almost disgusted look. Women do not belong in factories here, officer, he said. Their places at home, at the hearth, in church, and their husband's side. And who will produce our ammunition then? I retorted challengingly. What is more important to you, traditional roles or a chance to win this war? Can't have both ways. I left him searching for words unsuccessfully in his perplexed indignation for a few moments and then concluded, I thought so. He stared at me defiantly, but then gave me a stiff salute before hastily stomping off. Tired of war increased. Bad news. We searched the whole area, but there was no trace of deserters. Probably long gone by now. Here's your gear. Enough ammo, bandages, and grenades for your men. Good luck out there. Gather your men. We're marching into battle. Air Major is giving us our cut. Okay, everyone's well rested, right? Everyone's got good food. Optimistic. Excellent mood. Exceptional prestige. During the First World War, bicycles similar to the so-called fixies were very popular. These are bicycles with fixed gears that do not have a freewheel mechanism. If you stop pedaling, they brake automatically and can therefore also drive backwards. Okay. The French machine gunfire is making our advance very difficult. We need to approach along the stream up to the side trench and then disrupt the enemy gunfire. I'm relying on you. I want you to approach along the stream up the side of the trench and disrupt. Okay. Where are we? I don't even see my people. Is this them? This is the stream, right? Oh, I'm over here. The stream is right here. Where is the machine? Oh, right here. Stationary machine gun. Oh, the stream is over here. Okay. Right? That's the stream? Yeah, okay. And another thing here, Unterofficer. The other troops have been ordered to draw fire, so hurry it up. I wonder if I can go this way or not. Let's see. Extreme danger. There's just one guy here? 4 active. Okay. Covering fire from Donner and Lopes. Cut barbed wire. Barbed wire. Grenade. Grenade. Covering fire for these two. Did you miss? No, I made him move. Okay. Stop moving around so I can click on you. Fast with the barbed wire. Great grenade just missed. hit right next to me. Wow, it's being like crazy. Anything else? Grenade just missed. Okay. I think I shot one of them. I wonder if I'll be able to move. Into the thing from there. Maybe, yeah, let's go. No, gosh dang it. Who got shot? It's really hard to tell who's who. Ackerman, okay. Okay, we gotta push forward here and throw a grenade into the bunker. Close, shot hit right next to me. Heart's beating like crazy. Alright. Did someone get shot? I couldn't see. I think Ackerman got shot again. We're overpowered the French in close combat. They're on retreat. Oh, that was close. Two splinters got me. I think... No, hardly any pressure. I can carry on. I almost stopped bleeding, but I don't know if Aquaman will last long. I'll do my best. I'm hit, but it doesn't hurt that much. Only a scratch and hardly any blood. Even only a grazing shot. Lucky me. Can I use the machine gun? Oh, I shouldn't. I shouldn't. Did Aquaman just die? Did what I could, but is there anything else? Wouldn't it be better to withdraw? I searched the body. Nothing left. Yes, okay. Treatment will take a little more time. I think. Yeah, I think we push forward. to watch a bench combat. His passionate commitment could give other soldiers new courage. His energy and exhausting. Oh, where is he? Oh, okay. I'm just trying to get a better view of the guys over there. Wait, are these French soldiers right here? Withdrawing, hold the line, make sure the French don't change their mind. Ammunition and bandages on. Nice. They're right there. Take high ground, I guess. Even though it's like barely any bit higher than the other spot. We showed them! We are victorious! 3 hurrahs for the Kaiser! Alright, we'll just hang low then. Ackerman died. Honestly, if it was anyone, I'm glad it was him. Him or whatever his name is. Schmidt-Bausch, or whatever his name is. Oh, I already read that. Grief added to everyone. If there's someone who can get us out of here alive, then it's you here. Here. I'm sure of it. After all this time while here, sometimes you suddenly realize that you actually have improved. Looks like I learned something after all. Trained in shooting. Cool. Taken care of. Okay. Excellent work. Once the machine gun was neutralized, we were able to take the rest of the trench with ease. I have to rely on you. Perfect. Thursday, August 26, 1915. Herman and I sat together in silence. Fleckner was engrossed in a newspaper. A picture of a steamship in it piqued my interest. What happened there? I asked, nodding my head toward the picture. Oh, it's a cluster truck, said Fleckner. One of our submarines has sunk the Arabic along... The Arabic was a passenger ship that had been traveling between Europe and North America since 1903. On 19th of August 1915, the Arabic was sunk by a German submarine near the Irish coast. 44 people lost their lives, along with some American civilians. And that's after the whole mess with the Lusitania. Lusitania was a British passenger ship that was used in transatlantic traffic between New York and Liverpool since 1907. On the 7th of May 1915, was sunk off the coast of Ireland by a German Imperial Navy submarine. In the course of this, 1,198 people lost their lives, including 128 Americans. This led to a wave of protests in the U.S. and gave many people cause to reconsider the U.S. so far neutral position. However, the U.S. did not enter the war until 1917. Schmidt-Bauer drew in a sharp breath. Lusitania was loaded with ammunition. Our Navy had warned them in advance and had every right to sink them. Every right, yeah, Fleckner roared. There were civilians and children, over 100 children, and almost all of them were killed. The naval blockade, with its starvation plan, has left the Navy no other choice, Schmidt-Bauer countered. Decided not to stop the discussion. Different points of view of my men interested me. I was curious to see how this discussion would develop. stayed quiet and let the men talk. The debate went on for a while, and some of the others also got involved in the discussion. As sad as the topic was, it helped us to look beyond our trenches a little and gave us food for thought. There didn't seem to be a clear tendency in one direction or the other during the conversation. August 27th, 1915. The death of Ackerman still hung over the troops like a dark cloud. In their thoughts, most of the soldiers seemed to still be with their comrade. Likewise, Schmidt-Bauer looked up thoughtfully from the letter he was writing. Isn't it a pity that our loved ones back home will never understand? He turned to Fleckner. Ackerman's death is a tragic incident, and he will be sorely missed. But what an honor he has been given, to die the most beautiful of all deaths, a hero death for Vaterland. That's what's on your mind? Fleckner looked at him in disbelief. His friends and family have lost a loved one, and the tragedy of it is that they don't understand how heroically he died. I feel like this is another one where I just don't say anything. Let them say their opinion. Soldiers were old enough to resolve their differences without my interference, so I held back and left them to their conversation. Donner is slightly injured. Newcomer has joined us, new old hands explaining how things are done around here. First impressions are always formative, so I better consider. I think, honestly, Menik. A rivalry between these two. Honestly, I kind of assumed that would happen at some point. Camaraderie? Very pragmatic, somewhat patriotic, very sociable, somewhat cautious. He's dexterous. Okay. You look like a man who knows where to find a decent beer around here. Oh, and you look like the Unter officer I'm supposed to report to. Apologies. Florian Mail's the name. Where are you from? My family comes from Bamberg. That's in the Kingdom of Bavaria. Okay. Can't go to that, I guess. Have you ever been there? Here, officer. You should definitely do that sometime. Have the best beer in the whole Empire. You have a lot of really good breweries here in Bamberg. Of course, ours is not to be scoffed at either, and our town itself is definitely worth a visit. I come from the long lines of brewers. I learned the craft from my father and grandfather. Okay. He's tired, but he's also the best one to work. Also put Schmidt-Bauer there. Oh, he's got a rivalry, I forgot. Danner's friends. There's probably some mission from this guy, right? Villagers, okay. Offensive is successful, but a breakthrough has not yet been achieved. The reserves are getting scarce, so it's our turn again. We can't let up now. Collect your strength for one last hurrah that'll carry us to victory. Okay. These two will do it, and then these two will do the assistance in the hospital. I'm released from the hospital here, okay. Anything else? The latrine is filled to the brim. Oh my goodness, okay. Schmidt-Bauer, you're doing it. August 30th. I had already seen from a distance that Danner and Fleckner were returning from the patrol through the village. Madame LaRoche had accompanied them all the way and had apparently been chatting with Danner. As the group approached the camp, Madame LaRoche said goodbye and added, "Feel free to drop by for tea and cake if you long for a conversation among French people." Well, we had previously participated in a conversation in a distant, but polite manner. Danner suddenly looked angry, and he turned to, I am Alstian, not French. Madame Laroche recoiled in shock and hastily tried to appease him. But of course, please forgive me, Jean-Pierre. That's still Herr Donner to you, he added, raising his index finger and taking a threatening step forward. And as a German soldier, I'm hardly going to fraternize with the enemy. Glanced glumly back and forth between the two. Turned pale, looking briefly at me to help. What are you thinking, laying into a good woman like that, Danner? I quickly stepped closer and placed myself in front of Danner. Laroche glanced back briefly, somewhat relieved, but hurried on toward the village. I'm a soldier, an occupier even. Even back home, civilians weren't allowed to chum up to us while we're on duty, Danner explained after a brief, appropriate greeting. Don't act like that's what this is about. Don't act like this is what that was about, I snapped at him. You were obviously fine with it until Miss Roche, not knowing any better, called you French. Grimace. I speak German with her, and as a German soldier, I wear a German uniform, and I carry a German weapon. That wasn't the case of not knowing any better. It was wrong of her, but she meant well. Unlike all those who want to exclude you, her intention was to make you feel welcome. Small consolation. Danner commented coolly. If you want me to go to Madame Laroche for tea and cake, then you'll have to order me to. Apologize to Madame Laroche at the earliest opportunity. I instructed him. He merely nodded briefly. Evidently, he was keen on not dwelling on the matter. Danner turned back toward the camp to complete the last of the few patrol. Fleckner followed silently. Wednesday, September 1st, 1915. Mayo, one of the men, had made no secret of his previous work as a master brewer. Since he joined our troop, he often seemed to be thinking about his family and their brewery at home. He told everyone, whether they wanted to hear about it or not, about his plans after the war. It seemed to be my turn today. He had been chatting away for a while. Let him talk. Probably helped him and took his mind off things. No harm in holding on to the hope that he would soon be able to return to normal life, I thought to myself. When some of his comrades joined the conversation, I took my leave and returned to my own task. Thursday, September 2nd, 1915. Found Donner early in the morning in a quiet corner, pensively watching the sunrise. He was startled out of his thoughts when he noticed my presence, but then greeted me properly and added, Happy Sendang. Day of remembrance commemorating the surrender of the French army in Franco-Prussian War on 1870, after it had been defeated at Sedan the previous day. The victory had far-reaching consequences and led to the unification of German Empire in 1871. Germany had previously been a loose confederation of individual and independent principalities and kingdoms, as well as to the German annexation of Alsace-Lorraine. Originally, the celebration focused primarily on the military victory, but under Kaiser Wilhelm II, the unification of the empire came to the fore. Even before the turn of the century. The day had gradually lost its significance in many regions and was hardly celebrated at all at the time of the First War broke out. I don't think anyone still celebrated that day. I remembered celebrations held by communities, schools, and societies, but since the turn of the century, these had become fewer and fewer. Admittedly, back home, Alsace, the day was never celebrated in a big way. Even the Prussian officials knew that it wouldn't be a good idea to force such celebrations on my compatriots. He reported matter-of-factly, but then became pensive again. But it's still a special day for me. My grandfather fought in Sedan, on the French side. What does it mean to you? It's complicated, no question. But I think it makes me a better soldier. Many things in life would have been easier for me, with relatives, neighbors, and romances, if I hadn't sworn allegiance to Caesar and Empire. Nevertheless, I did it, Danner explained, and I couldn't help noticing how his posture straightened proudly. My loyalty was and is a conscious decision against external opposition, not something that was simply born out of circumstances. What does your grandfather... Let's hope your grandchildren are spared of this dilemma and war. Think we'd have enough of that for the next few generations, I sighed. Danner nodded absent-mindedly. He looked perplexed. The thought that he might one day be a grandfather had not yet crossed his mind. After a few moments of silence, he said goodbye and left to begin his daily tasks. Going back to the front? Oh, it's another fight already? Gather your men, Herr Unterofficer. Marching into battle. Herr Major is giving us opportunity to prove. Okay, we're doing it again. Alright. This will probably be my last one for today, though. Oh, dang it! I'm dumb. I forgot to start watching the, Overwatch League thing. I wonder if it's still on. Twitch. That was dumb of me. I was trying to watch all the college games, because I was curious to see who would win. But I missed a bunch of it, I think. Well, I guess I could just put it on. Wait, yesterday? That wasn't yesterday. Or this... Wait, what? Weird. That's weird. Okay. Maybe they just ended and it doesn't have the replay yet or something. Okay. A very common storm lantern in World War I came from the Feuerhand Company. Oh, wait, no, they are live. What the heck? That's so weird. Alright, whatever. Feuerhand Company, which still produces very similar lanterns to this day. These are petroleum lanterns equipped with a fuel tank and a wick on which the fuel rises through a capillary action and can be lit there. Forward attack! Take the trench. French trenches. Hooray for the Kaiser. Take the next trench. Still away from battle. Did we just do the same thing we did last time? Just go around the water, because it's the same map every time, it seems like. Fire. They want to keep us down. I didn't read. I didn't know this was a thing. I think we hold position for now. I guess that's the way we're going. We gotta follow the rest of them. That's too far. Yeah, that's fine. Oh well. Alright. I'll start pushing right this way, like these guys. I just can't move very far every push. Which sucks a little bit. I want to just run up here. Is that possible? I don't think so, but let's try. No. Okay. What happened to the... Did they get bombed? We should go save this guy, or at least try. I'm gonna fire when it goes down. Shooting us with their guns. Maybe they'll stop and just stay down. Oh no! Who's that? Schmidt power. Our guys are almost there to push him out, I think. Yeah, there we go. They're getting pushed out. Enemy is drawing. Okay. Bleeding. Okay. Okay. Wait, we got another guy? He's off. Showed them we were victorious. Okay, already? Oh, that was quick. Let's move in with the other people over here. Alright, that one was really quick. Oh, I forgot that I had to click. I was just like, wow, this is a long loading screen. Friday, September 10th, 1915. More and more often, we heard rumors that the use of chlorine gas would now also be tested in our section of the front. Of course, we had all heard about the Battle of Ypres and the resounding success of the gas. Big gas masks had been distributed to all troops and said it was a trial run, just precaution to protect the soldiers. Nevertheless, it fueled our suspicion that there might be some truth to the rumors after all. I found it difficult to imagine where this war might lead us. It was reassuring that we had the masks, but also unsettling that we would probably need to use them at some point. French will have a hard time. Okay. Prisoners of war, okay. What kind of favor can I ask? Okay. Constant appearance. Things constant appear. Okay. Stop. So many things here, and more and more coming. Okay, worse, he sends people here to lend us a hand. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Ooh. We need food. Alright, that was my last thing. I'm quitting now. One day Danner was sitting in front of his tent, polishing his boots with dedication. Lotz came up and quietly watched for a bit, before asking, "Why do you even bother? They'll just get dirty again." Danner frowned. "So do clothes and homes, and still you clean those, don't you?" Lotz shrugged. "But those don't get dirty every other step. Our boots do, especially in this mud. Besides, who am I supposed to impress with my shiny boots around here?" Hearing that, Danner paused, laid down his cleaning rag, and locked eyes Lotz, expression somber and grave. Honor demands that a German soldier is to represent Vaterland at all times. With a contemptuous downward gaze, he added, "And our boots are a disgrace to the Vaterland." Lotz rolled his eyes dismissively. It was then that he noticed me, and for a moment, worry flashed across his face. "Herr Unterofficer." "As you were." I answered briefly and moved on. That seemed to irritate Danner. Mail and Menek sat around a large pot, flanked by sacks full of onions, potatoes, and other vegetables. Woeful Mail sighed. How come no one has invented a better tool for this awful vegetable yet? He eyed the onion in his hand with animosity. It won't be cut any faster just because you whine, Menek commented, unmoved. I'm not whining. I'm working on a problem. Suddenly he jumped up and rushed over to his equipment, grinning proudly. He returned with his Buret Schaftbuch. The Buret Schaftbuch was a cylindrical metal container used to store and transport the gas mask. It was made of metal, usually painted field gray, and had a hinged lid and carrying strap, from which he produced his gas mask, and thus armed, turned back to the onions. Yeah, if you wear it a filter, it's bad for it, isn't it? These masks aren't toys, I admonish him. Menek nodded in agreement. With a sigh, Mail complied and looked from me to Menek and back. Fine, I'll stop fooling around. He sighed and put the mask back into his container. My goodness, there's a lot of these. Fleckner came hurrying toward me, clearly upset with a bloodstained uniform. Herr Officer, have you seen the sorry state of the field hospital? He asked, visibly aghast. I just helped carry one of the wounded who couldn't make it on his own to the field hospital. The injured are everywhere, and the beds are overflowing already. Nurses just told me to drop him off wherever, and they had no time to tend to him. I'd known with the intense fighting of the last few days that a lot of injured were passing through our camp, but to think that the state of the field hospital has already gotten so bad. Is there nothing to be done? The soldier pleaded with me. I'll look into it. I know, so try to temper his drive a bit. The last thing the people at the field hospital need right now is more chaos and disorganized helpers getting in their way. Fleckner nodded and began nervously walking around and up and down the camp. I should probably talk with Elizabeth soon to see if she can tell. Okay. Alright, that's it. I gotta stop, otherwise I'll continue playing. I just saved, so I should be fine. This is a fun game, though. I think I read this last time, too, didn't I? Yeah, I read this. I'll look into it. One of our patrols is scheduled to return, but there's still no sign of them. Is there anything else? Air Major has called an end to the offensive. Admittedly, we haven't achieved a breakthrough as intended, but we hit the French hard. One or two more of these offensives will break their spirits. We're on the defensive for now. Get some rest. Okay. Find the missing patrol. Menek. Danner. And I think the villagers are still happy with us, right? Yeah. So I don't think I need to send anyone to... Wait, is it still Harvest Festival? No, it's not. Okay. I'll send everyone that I have resting. September 25th, 1915. Menek was alone in the wash tub, at the wash tub late at night, busily scrubbing a single rag. As I came closer, I saw the water around the rag turn dark. Was that blood? At that moment, Menek spotted me, turned to me hastily and stood at attention, and with a rags clasped behind his back as if by chance. You injured? I asked frankly. Are you bleeding anywhere? Menek's jaw dropped. He stuttered several times and looked so caught that I immediately looked up and down at him. But I couldn't see any wounds. I have hemorrhoids, he says hesitantly. I didn't believe him. somehow. I had a strange feeling about the whole thing. Menek obviously wouldn't tell me anything else. I could tell he felt uncomfortable with all this. He stepped away as quickly as possible and avoided my gaze. We found missing control, they got lost, they probably would have found their way back without us. They probably would have found... Okay, but they were grateful for our help. The lieutenant didn't seem very happy when we returned them to the camp, but I'm positive that had nothing to do with us. Okay. We'll soon be relieving our comrades in the trenches. Make sure your people are ready to march when the time comes. Expand the rear trenches, don't let the enemy... Okay. What was that? Okay. You're out of the thing? Still a bit bruised, but I'm feeling a lot better already. Okay. We're running a little low on food, so let's offer some help and ask for some food. Well, let's do, no, I went to the wrong thing. Menek will go get food. He's still wounded. Okay. I guess I could probably send him, that's fine. Is it snowing? It's snowing! Wow! The latrine is filled to the brim. Got it. Accelerating for resupply. I'll give you something for my stockpile to bridge that time until this next shipment comes, okay? Unit is tasked with guard duty, okay. Actually, no, it's fine. Do Donner and Fleckner. A heavy gloom had settled over the camp since we had learned of our next mission. The soldiers prepared diligently for the next assignment. The evening conversations were quiet and subdued, and only a shadow of normal camp life. A few days before we left, I caught Fleckner repeatedly checking whether he had packed everything for our next deployment. I mean, it makes sense. Everyone has their own way of dealing with the nervousness before a mission. If it helped Fleckner, then I didn't want to bother him. We're short on firewood. We have to do something about the freezing cold. There are some seasons logs at the back we can use. Okay. Where's my... I can't even see my pointer. The officers are dissatisfied with me because by now, even the quality of their rations is suffering from the current supply bottleneck. Suggestion on how we both could help us. If you give me some of your canned meat and have the men move it all... Wait. And have a man move all of it, I'll give you bigger bread rations for your people. While this will make your rations more boring, you will end up with significantly more daily rations than before. Sure. Field laundry can keep up with demand. Ask the villagers instantly to help. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much! Okay. So I need to... So food supply will increase, and he'll be grateful. And I need to chop wood. I think the field hospital is pretty empty right now. Yeah, there's, like, no one in there. So I don't need to send help there. I wonder if I should maybe change the supply. Wait, when is our next deployment? Oh, it's tomorrow, so let's keep it as is. Alright, who is not tired? Everyone really is not tired. Alright, you go trade, and I'll have you chop firewood. Wednesday, October 20th, 1915. After my deal with the field intendant, Zelensky could only give out extremely small portions of meat. While the rations were being distributed, some of the men grumbled discontentedly about the situation. Explain the trade I made to them. I explained the trade I made them. Less meat for us in exchange for more other rations that would nourish us longer. The men were upset about my decision. It seemed that they would have judged the supply situation differently than I had. That's fine, I don't care. Alright, no one's talking here. Have your people ready. It's back to the trenches, Herr Unterofficer. Let's see if the French find the courage to attack us. Alright. Here's your gear. Enough ammo and bandages. Okay. Thank you. Ooh. The MG08 is a German machine gun, named after its year of introduction in 1908. The manufactured in Spandau. It was water-cooled and installed on a height-adjusted mount. During its operation, another soldier alongside the gunner is essential to help with loading. Hold the cartridge's belt and ensure there's a constant supply of ammunition. Oh. We're actually in defense this time. Herr Unterofficer, I have received some discarded construction plans from our pioneers. I'm convinced that we should carry them out after all. That's why I'm ordering you to take care of them. Choose 2 of the smaller structures and complete them before you are withdrawn from the trench. Okay. Implement construction projects. Got it. Let's look what these are. So that's for... Ladders are for, retreating, in case we get pushed back. Defensive positions are for safety, okay. I'm honestly thinking barbed wire, so they can't come in through here. And ladders on the other side. How many does it need? It needs 2 people? Okay. We'll set Menik and Danner for this. We actually have rations for 2 turns, but I think the ladder is pointless here because it just goes. I guess it can go around this way. I think it's fine to just set everyone to do a job, right? There's no reason not to. Oh, wait. Setting up ladders only takes 1 person. I could finish them all in 1 day? Or will it take a couple of days? It'll probably take a couple of days, won't it? Oh, this requires 3 soldiers. Okay. I'll have Mayo go and fetch rations then. And then hopefully the ladders will be set up in one day. And we can finish the other one. Oh, okay, they are. Sweet. Okay. We need more space here for reinforcements for ammunition as the basis for the future victory. You're ordered to dig more bunkers. Is there anything else? I see you have decided in favor of 2 buildings. Not the choice I would have made, but then I should not have specified. Or I should have specified that, shouldn't I? Keep on the building plans if you have the capacity. Continue working on them. Okay. Dig bunkers. Schmidt-Bauer. Mail. And Danner, Mennick, Reflector. The rats have been bothering us for days now. The shelter assigned to us was particularly The shelter assigned to us was particularly badly affected as there seemed to be more and more of them. At night they crawled into our shirts and trousers, nibbled at our fingertips, and bit into our hair. Lotz seemed to be particularly affected. With a pale face and bloodshot eyes, he said to me, "Herr Unterofficer, can't sleep a wink because of the rats. Is there nothing we can do about them?" Let's go rat hunting. See if we can get the beasts under control. Lotz's face brightened a little. "I'll be happy to help if it means we can finally get some sleep again." He agreed. I hoped this could really make a difference and not just put additional strain on my men, but perhaps it would also be good for the men to at least feel like they were doing something. Another communication trench collapsed. I gathered the shovels and men and rebuild it as soon as possible. Understood. I think the defensive positions are done, right? I can't make anything else. Doesn't look like it. At least not that from what I can see. Let me do a quick scan around here. Yeah, I think I'm done with that, so okay. We'll have... You go fetch rations. Lot and Donner will go hunt rats, and you 3 will go maintain the trenches. Ha, Herr Unterofficer. Do you want to guess how many rats Donner and I caught? Lotz approached me with a broad grin. The rat hunt was his personal vendetta, and his thirst for blood seemed to be quenched. Alright. The way you're grinning, you seem to have a whole army on your conscience. I joked. My guess is 10. Take a deep breath. Not bad. It was 18. He moved a little to the side so that I could take a look at the rats that he killed. Donner and Lotz had tied the rats by the tail to a piece of rope, probably so that they could better show off their work. Good job. Good job, boys. I praised the 2 soldiers and then walked on. In contrast to killing on the battlefield, the soldiers obviously took joy in killing the rats. Something's going on in the French trenches. Someone should take a closer look. Who knows what they're preparing? I really hope he doesn't die. But Donner's probably the best one for it. I urgently need someone to deliver a message to headquarters. Send me your quickest man on the double. Understood. That's Fleckner. But he's tired, so sorry. I guess everyone else can just stay in reserve, right? I'm gonna send Menek instead. I think they'll do better. He didn't die. I keep seeing French soldiers using binoculars when I was scouting. He always started looking just before their artillery started firing. I believe this observer for their battery. Maybe we can put some pressure on them to prevent further shelling. Alright. A strange noise out of no man's land woke me up last night. I cautiously checked, and indeed there were a few trench tampering with our barbed wire. Started shooting and yelling, and a few comrades joined me. Took a bit of effort and ammunition, but eventually these saboteurs gave up and retreated. Did they cut our barbed wire over here? No, okay. They just started doing it in no man's land, okay. That scared me for a second. Good job, Flank. Well, what is it? Fleckner? Alright, oh, because of the skirmish? Alright. We'll put, Donner and Lotz on suppress the artillery observer, and... you're all tired, so let's just give them a day off here. Unless there's something for headquarters. What do you think, Herr Unterofficer? Do we want to play a little trick on the French? Send some of your men out into no man's land tonight and cut through the barbed wire just outside the French trenches. Then the French will think we are preparing for an attack, and we'll barely dare to sleep out of fear. And no, my earlier question was rhetorical. I don't care what you think. That's an order. Okay. Sorry, Fleckner and Menek. It's something I gotta do. If hardly anything left to eat, someone urgently needs to get supply. Yeah, they were just fighting yesterday, so we couldn't. We kept the French artillery observer constantly under fire whenever he showed himself. I don't think we got him, but it seems he's gave up. We haven't seen him for hours now. The shells have stopped. Thank you. Good job, boys. Mail, go get rations. Schmidt-Bauer, you were worried about it. Go get more. Another communication trench. Okay. Fleckner is the lowest on morale, so I feel like I should send him last. So let's leave him in reserve. Just check, make sure that nothing is gone. I don't think so. I think everything's still set up. Perfect. Herr Unterofficer, your group is on night watch tonight. Make sure your men don't fall asleep. Got it. What is this? The training first aid. Donner and foggy. I don't like the fog. I think that's all for so the rest of them can rest. Another rat hunt, huh? So, we had a few days of peace and quiet, but now there are so many rats everywhere again. We hunt them again. One day, they should hopefully all be eradicated. Alright, Lotz. You and Mail will go out and hunt rats. We need more space here for reinforcements for, dig more bunker. Got it. Actually, you know what? Mank is pretty tired. Tanner's pretty tired. Oh, they're rivals, I forgot. French have been busier than usual lately. I have a bad feeling about this. Just keep an eye on that. Make sure they won't surprise us. Mank is super tired. I should not send him to do anything. For a little bit. Need someone to deliver. Oh, good. Good heavens. Lechner, sorry you're tired, but you're the fastest. French have a sniper in that area. He already shot one of our comrades. We should be extra careful in the near future. A French raid managed to advance all the way into our trenches last night. We barely had managed. Okay. Seeing the French soldier. Okay. You got food for one more day. Do we have a sniper of our own somewhere? That would be helpful. Wait, he doesn't have anything for me to do today? Well, the war will be over by Christmas. The weak will of the French has long been broken. It's only a matter of time before it. Got the French artillery observer, okay. Anything left to eat? Yep. There's still a sniper. I know you guys don't like each other, but you guys have to work together for this one. Oh, this is the worst one. Lightly wounded, okay. Carried out the order, but was wounded in the process. Don't worry, it's not that bad. I can go on. Artillery mortars and nightly commando operations by the French have left holes in our barbed wire. Send some people out to fix this. Oh my goodness, okay. Three people have to go? Still in a good mood. I'm happy about that, but... Pack your things. We're relieved. We're going back to camp. Oh, okay. Not bad. I thought we were gonna have to fight. Everything I'm already going through here, now there's this miserable weather, as if the whole world was conspiring against me. Okay. Okay. No, it's already tough enough for everyone else. I don't need that. Alright. Fleckner, I know you're already tired and sick, but you're the best person to, you're very tolerant. Who else is... He's not, I don't know even why I checked. You're tolerant, right? You're somewhat tolerant. He's somewhat sociable, so that'll work. We have enough food for now. Let everyone else rest. After all this time out here, sometimes you suddenly realize that you have actually improved. What did you learn? Oh, you're attentive now. That's good, I love that. That's a good skill. Alright, what's our mission? How many people do I have to send? Guard duty, okay, 2 people. Alright, everyone but, or for Shirley, Mail, and Fleckner. Oh, resupply! That's perfect. Okay. Trip to the pub. Who's the least tired? He needs to go. Donner and Schmidbauer. Sorry, Donner. You're just one of the best. Lieutenant von Krarsbach had just finished one of his inspections of our camp and was on his way to the next troop when Mail came up to me. He made sure that the lieutenant was no longer within earshot when he nudged me with his elbow and gave me a crooked grin. How you can stay so serious when he's around, I can't do that. Such a posh aristocrat with his attached ideas of how things should be. He began imitating one of the lieutenant's speeches about the importance of preserving the shine of our uniform buttons, then interrupted himself with an amused snort. I guess that's his way of trying to get him out. I don't want to... Talking about superior offer? I didn't say anything. I don't participate. Mail continued to joke around for a moment, but soon realized that I wasn't the right person for it. He then apologized and left. After the evening rations had been distributed, the men all sat together in front of the tents. One of the men talked about another troop where a soldier had been injured in his sleep by a splinter of an aerial bomb. The shrapnel had landed in the shoulder's thigh through the tent canvas. After that, silence spread. Then Schmidbauer spoke up. Did I say smoke up? Spoke up. What kind of wimps are you to be impressed by such things? He said harshly. We march into battle against unculture, German morality, and God is on our side. I don't know. I don't talk. There's no reason to. Just fine by me if the experienced man took away the fear of the others and motivated them. As long as it helped my people, I didn't care that Schmidbauer dehumanized our enemies in the process. Schmidbauer looked over at me and knew from my reaction that I didn't object to his behavior. Afterwards, he continued, I didn't mean that. I meant more... just, like... people have opinions. Let them voice it. I don't care. Dreams filled to the brim. Got it. Short on firewood. Got it. For all this time I hear something. Oh, what'd you get? Oh, you're swift now. You're the best. Donner, you're just the best. Oh, friendship between Lotz and Mail. You're doing this to guard. Okay, guard duty. We got a lot of stuff to do today. All right. You. You'll clean the latrines. Donner... Mayo is still tired, but Lotz and him will go on guard duty because they're friends. And Donner will chop firewood. December 11th. With his head bowed, Fleckner pondered a letter from home. Like all letters to men, I had to review this one beforehand and knew roughly what awaited him. It seemed to be from his friend who was in close contact with an artist group called Brecht, reporting that he and some of the artists had made it through the war unscathed so far. They had apparently used their connections to be assigned to less dangerous positions in the medical service or press offices. It surprised me how little relief Fleckner showed at this news. On the contrary, his expression darkened visibly, and the old tremor returned to his hands. You alright? I addressed him. Oh, okay. There's more. Whatever. Fleckner shook his head with a sigh. I know it's unfair of me. There was this group of artists from the Brit. When I started studying in Dresden, I was allowed to accompany them on a few of their nature excursions. It was so different from anything I had ever known in my life, so free, a world of its own. Since the group relocated to Berlin, I hadn't had much contact with the artists, and part of me would love to live their life, of course. Of course, I know that it wasn't always easy for them, and that they fought hard for their current status, the success and renown they'd now enjoy as artists. And yet, if I had their opportunities, I always try to give it my all. And still, when I see how easily some of them are getting through this war, and I'm on the front lines, and who knows if I'll make it out of here in one piece. I'm glad to have you here, and I'll do everything I can to get you home alive. If it helps, I'm glad to have you here. And everything I can to keep... I said conciliatorily? I've never seen that word written out. A sad smile played across his face. Thank you, Herr Unterofficer. I appreciate that. Fleckner carefully folded his letter and slipped it into his breast pocket. Both remained silent for a moment, while outside the distant rumble of artillery echoed through the damp morning air. Honestly, yeah. Having him as the medic is so helpful. Like, I don't know what I would do if I didn't have someone trained in first aid. He's probably saved, like, 16 lives already. Sometimes you think you're just treading water, but today I feel like I've gained something from this. What'd you gain? What'd you gain? Oh, inattentive was removed! Ah, sweet. Okay. Now I can put him on some better jobs. We have a few prisoners. Okay. Alright, who is the least tired? You're tired. You're not. You're not. You're tired. What is this? Oh, yeah, grief. Not everyone has grief. Oh, it's because... It's because the... Oh, he doesn't have grief because he didn't like him. Right, I forgot. Mail's tired. Let's put, Schmidbauer and Mank together. Oh, but I forgot Schmidbauer. Whatever. My men were sitting together in a wide circle, excitedly chatting among themselves. This charged mood had been growing more and more intense over the last few days. There was hardly any other topic of conversation than Christmas Eve and what it would bring. Some worried about their families at home. The melancholy was visible in many a gaze. And again the conversations came back to what it was like to have to spend Christmas at the front. What do you think, Fleckner? Asked the group. Will there be another football match? Surely you have heard about last year's Christmas truce. I think I've heard of this. On 24th December of 1914, a ceasefire took place in some sections of the Western Front that was not authorized by the command level. It lasted for several days and later became known as the Christmas Truce. This mainly affected British and German soldiers. Many stories about this special ceasefire have been passed down, some of which contradicted each other or were already embellished in different ways at the time, so that today it is almost impossible to reconstruct what really took place. The reports include, among other things, joint football matches, the exchange of food and joint services. At Christmas in 1915, some troops tried to repeat the events of the previous year, but this was usually prevented by their commanding officers under threat of being court-martialed. Surely you have heard about last year's Christmas truce. How strange it must have been when everyone suddenly laid down their weapons and played football together. Some murmured in agreement, one soldier interjected that he would be most excited about the exchange of cigars and cigarettes. Another raved about the food that was supposedly traded last year. I sat a little apart and listened to the conversation. Suddenly and evidently, unexpectedly, for everyone. And evidently unexpectedly. I thought there was a comma there for some reason. Lieutenant von Karsbuck stood before the men. They were shocked into silence, and all enthusiasm vanished from their faces. "What is all this Nancy drivel?" he snapped at the soldiers. "You are here at the front, and the gentlemen behind these trenches are your enemies. If you didn't keep forgetting that, we would have been in Paris long ago. It could have brought our families a nice victory for Christmas." Then he turned to me. "So far, I was under the impression that you had your men under control. Don't let this kind of behavior catch on." Addressing the men again, he added, "And now back to work, and don't think that Herr Major will tolerate such a fraternization like last year again this Christmas." Then he marched off. Major commanded a battalion of up to 1,000 soldiers in the Imperial Army. Many of them were nobles. His officer ranks were only generally open to commoners in the last few decades. While 70% of the officers in the 1930s were commoners, most of them were still in the lower ranks, as it took an average of 25 years of service to be promoted to a major. Even the common officers were mostly of high social status. They had to be able to afford going through the more poorly paid lower officer ranks. On the other hand, officer candidates were only accepted from so-called officer-worthy classes. Some part of the population, such as Jews, were excluded from this. Okay. Okay. Abashedly, the men looked at me. Well, it's still a nice thought, though. I said, and a few of them nodded. "At least it gives us a little hope, even if it's just a pipe dream," Fleckner said quietly. The tension eased somewhat among the men. They quickly went back to their task, but the next day you could regularly hear one of them whispering to another, wondering if Christmas miracle might be possible after all. As I passed by, I actually thought that's what this was going to end with. To be honest, I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to ruin it. I thought this was going to end with the Christmas truce. As I passed by the temporary enclosure, I could see that Schmidbauer was gleefully picking on the captured French soldiers he was meant to guard. He'd taken the bucket of water meant for the prisoners and was now holding out the ladle, just outside the reach of the desperate French hands, spilling a few drops every time their fingers got too close. He was mocking them all throughout, to the cheers of some of the other men. Put an end to it. Promptly intervene and rein in my subordinate, and put an end to the intolerable behavior. Schmidbauer seemed embarrassed, and he accepted the reprimand without a word, and began to pass on the water without subjecting the prisoner to any further humiliation. At least Schmidbauer is loyal. You know, he's patriotic. He didn't even get a bad thing. He's like not sad about it either. He just understood. See, I like Schmidbauer for that. Like, I feel like if it was Ackerman, he was very intolerant. I mean, bad to speak ill of the dead, but he was very intolerant, and I feel like he would have snapped back. You are only finding out about this now, as this is a confidential matter, and I would like to keep it that way. Our next attack is imminent, so have your soldiers ready to march. Okay? Actually, everyone's pretty happy right now. Let's see if I can get them sad. Wait, when are we leaving? Oh, it's just tomorrow. Okay, never mind. Let's have everyone tired. Supplies running low, a little bit more, but as long as okay. Okay. A wistful mood had spread among the men. It was a day like any other here in the camp, and yet so different. We knew that, rationally speaking, nothing set it apart from any other day. What did words like Christmas, contemplation, and world peace mean out here? Out here where you lived from meal to meal, and where a day without losses could be better than any holiday. And yet, each in our own way, we seemed to have hoped against hope that something would happen, that something would be different compared to the other days, maybe something like a miracle. It made this day, in all its ordinariness, why can't I say that? Whatever. Ordinariness. That's such a weird word to say. All the more difficult to bear. For weeks, the men had been waiting for letters from home, which seemed to be delayed more and more. Heavy clouds hung in the sky, and a nasty drizzle had set in a few hours ago. Not even snow, as if that would make a difference. But even this long day came to an end at some point. Our work was done, and Lieutenant von Karsbruck had already retired to his quarters. My men and I sat together for a while and warmed our wet bones by the small fire. A few hours ago, Zelensky had beckoned me over and secretly handed me a small bundle, saying, "I know they're stricter this year and don't want to hear about Christmas, but I thought maybe you could bring the men a little joy with this." Now I opened a bundle and held it out to my men. With best regards from the kitchen. They looked into it with wide eyes. Inside were a dozen smoked sausages. They still smelled wonderfully of wood and bacon and home. How Zelensky had come by these delicacies was beyond my imagination. "Man, Zelensky, what a heck of a guy!" Lowitz exclaimed, and he helped himself with gusto. The others didn't need to be asked twice. As we sat there munching and sharing stories of home, felt a bit like Christmas. January 2nd. I was in the middle of something, but was distracted by commotion at the card table. I hesitated in case a fight broke out, but the soldiers playing quickly calmed down again, and dealt another round. Not far from them sat Lotz, completely engrossed in a piece of writing. He was so absorbed in the text that he didn't even notice what was going on. I am a little curious. I was interested to see what he was reading about and went over to Lotz. When I got to him, however, he looked a bit nervous. Don't worry. I reassured him. Lotz reacts and even showed me what he was reading. A pamphlet for Russia. While explaining to me what it was about, he became quite excited. The idea is to distribute the land among the peasants, to hand the factories over to the workers. Sure, whatever. That would be a whole new world, I said. My thoughts were racing as I tried to imagine it. I was positively beaming. That's the future, he said. I patted him on the shoulder. I'm looking forward to it, I said. Then I went, "Oh, wait. Never mind. I just realized that was communism. That's what he's excited about, right? As an American, I have to say communism is bad. Oh. I'm afraid this is okay. Well, I didn't even really use any last time, so I'm good. Gather your men. We're marching into battle. Air Major is giving us the opportunity to prove... Okay, it's the same thing. Alright. Ah! The Gulasch Cannon. Gulasch Cannon. I feel like this is the final battle. I don't know why. This just kind of has that feeling to it. We'll attack, and this time with gas. The enemy will be completely unprepared. Keep your men together and make sure they have their masks ready. Once the gas takes effect, there's no stopping us. Forward! Move to a new area. Oh wait, move to area. What area? I assume just forward, right? That's still out of the battle, so... Yeah, the thing about World War I gas masks is that, like, 90% of them didn't work, and people came back with, like, really bad lung diseases, so... That would suck for our boys here, if that's the truth. Is this a... Oh, that's like a nice spot. Let's see if we can get through there, and hold there. Watch out for Trenchfoot! Okay, it's still out of battle, so there's no reason to do it. Oh, poison gas. Let's try to stay away from the poison gas as much as we possibly can in a war with poison gas everywhere. Oh, those guys are dangerous. It's pretty close. The shot hit right next to me. My heart's beating like crazy. You guys are good. Go, 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 go! Don't run through the poison gas cloud. Are you crazy? Unknown enemy positions. It's a bit scary. Everywhere is poison gas. Oh, I guess there's no holding out then. Let's just push forward as far as possible. Little resistance is expected. Get an overview, Unterofficer. Find out what the gas has done to the French. Gather information about the gas? What does that mean? Just, like, continue going forward? We don't really need anything, so I think we're good to just keep pushing forward. We're in close quarters to what? Oh, we have to move over here. Got it. Oh, those are bad guys. I thought they didn't have the thing on them, so I didn't know that they were bad. Okay, stop moving around, please. We have overpowered the French in close combat. They're on the retreat. Okay. Gather information about the gas. Ooh, somewhat compassionate. Thank you, got it. You provide first aid. This guy can't breathe. He's just gasping and grabbing his throat. He won't last much longer. Stop his bleeding. Okay. Everyone is out of breath except for him. I don't want to get rid of Danner, though. Amate, ne me fetes pas del mal. Don't shoot, please. How much information am I supposed to gather? You can see for yourself, Herr Unterofficer. The gas has weakened the enemy and forced them into a headlong retreat. You must seize the moment. Forward, take the next trench. I'll let them catch up real quick. His eyes, he looks terrible. I don't know what I'm supposed to find out here. I guess he's suffocated? Whatever the gas is doing to them, it's worse than any bullet. Obviously, the same thing. Everyone else advance. Men, you stay here. Catch your breath. The effects of the gods was cataclysmic. The attack quick as a flash, and the enemy was completely unprepared. The generals are probably wondering where their front line is going. With a bit of luck, we'll make it into the newspapers. What are we supposed to do now? Just keep going forward? I think we'll wait here for Mank to catch up. Oh no, that was it. I already read that. None of us could sleep at night, or that night, and so, one by one, we came back to our out of our tents. We sat together in silence, pale-faced. The chlorine gas attack. Okay. As the trench warfare became increasingly stagnant, new methods were sought to weaken the enemy units. Initial trials with chlorine gas on German side in 1915 proved to be surprisingly effective. Furthermore, the gas was already available in large quantities as an industrial waste product. As a result, chlorine gas was used on a large scale during the course of the war. Chlorine gas caused severe irritation of the respiratory tract, suffocation, and even death. In later years, other gases such as phosphine and mustard gas were also used, often in different mixed ratios with chlorine gas. The chlorine gas attack had been a huge success. The enemy position had been taken without much resistance. It was Mail who finally broke the silence. I thought, well, didn't they say the gas wasn't lethal? Again, there was a silence. After a while, he continued. Those who didn't suffocate just ran around frantically, like animals. He shook his head. Do you think it was right, he asked, to fight like that? I don't know. I said. It seems like there is no right or wrong in this war anymore. Fleckner raised his voice. He had inspected the French soldiers, an order from the lieutenant. That was necessary for the report. The faces, they were so big. Eyes and mouth wide open. It must have been an agonizing death. We should have saved them somehow, or at least shot them, but everything happened so fast. A few of the other soldiers nodded. All we knew that there was no turning back now. Something had changed, and the French response would come. Oh, okay, I guess that's not the last war, or fight. Left for a few days. Yeah, that would be nice. Can we get resupplied? A few more weeks, okay. We'll have to ask the villagers for help then. Heck of a ride, isn't it? A few days off for you and your men. You are lucky. You're only following orders. I, on the other hand, will now have to write a report to the army command about the effects and reaction of the French to win the gas masks. Okay. I know everyone's tired, but go and help the villagers. Herr Unterofficer. Mail beckoned me over to him cheerfully. In front of him lay a partially unpacked parcel that he had received from his loved ones back home. One of the various items was a large piece of ham. Oh. Same thing. Comrades would appreciate it. I've already had this exact same one before. Trees filled to the brim. Anything else? Sure, firewood. Okay. Okay. Okay, that apparently doesn't matter, so... Who is the least tired? Donner? Okay. Well, everyone's gotta do something today, so... I'll actually do, Mail and, well, it's his guard duty. Cleaning the latrine, we'll go to Schmidtbauer as always. Once again, I made the usual rounds through our camp. That's when Lieutenant von Karsbach beckoned me over. Good to see you. I wanted to have a word with you anyway. He got straight to the point. Your troop was kindly granted home leave. I thanked him curtly. My men would be very pleased. Rzek frowned slightly at it. But I don't want you and your men to feel like you're on a holiday just yet. I expect you to make up for lost work hours in advance. Yes, Herr Lieutenant. I replied curtly. Talking back would only lead to more work for my people, and I hurried on before he could think of anything else. Afterwards, I immediately delivered the good news to the men. I didn't mention that extra work. For now, they should just be able to look forward to their upcoming furlough, which they did, and it turned into a cheerful, lively evening, the likes of which we hadn't had for a long time. Oh, it's not right now? Okay. Resupply! Thank goodness. Holy cow. Yep, okay. Did it not change to double ration? There we go. We have home leave in 6 days. Prisoner of war. Okay. Everyone's tired except Jan. Jan and Menik. Sorry. You guys are friends, so you should be able to pass the time easily. Since passing by the temporary enclosed holding, the captured French soldiers, saw Menik fraternizing with the prisoners of war he was meant to guard. Even though he clearly did not speak their language, he managed to communicate successfully through wild gesturing, and it seemed I was observing an exchange of chocolate and tobacco. Yeah. And for seeing the French as people, not just as enemies. He smiled with relief and introduced me to the prisoners. They seemed to be a little hesitant at first, but I quickly gained their trust as well. Before long, we were involved in a brief but friendly conversation across the language barrier before I went on my way. With everything in my, I'm already going through here. Now there's also this miserable weather. Soon we're leaving our comrades in the trenches, okay? Another patrol to secure the area. Make sure they keep their eyes open. Okay. Donner. Probably gonna need to get some food. I can't ask for more. Your people ready? Back to the trenches. Okay, for your support thus far, your equipment, plus an extra grenade and some additional ammunition. Okay. What happened to, Boyo there? Donner. Why did he all of a sudden get more compassion? Just cuz? Okay. I wish there's more that I had to, like, note down, you know? We need more space here for reinforcements for ammunition as a basis for our future. Okay. Set up barbed wire. Probably setting up that barbed wire makes more sense first. Oh wait, you need 2 soldiers for this. Is that the only... Oh no, there's more over here. Where's my cursor? There it is. We need 2 for bunker duty here. Okay. Yeah, I know. So both these are good, right? Okay. What's our orders for today? Deliver a message to headquarters, got it. That's easy enough. Oh, I can't turn anymore. Okay. Okay, there's only 2 here. What are these? Oh my gosh, there's 3 things. Set up a bridge. Build defensive positions, set up ladders. Okay. Set up ladders is just a one-man job. Fleckner, you're swift. You can get through that. We need to have someone fetch rations, and I think we should send 2 people. You set up ladders. This is 3 soldiers. This is 2. Okay. We should get these done as quickly as possible so we can have more rest just before the thing. Another communication. Okay. What's 3 people? Oof. French have been busier lately, yeah. Okay. Everyone else can have a rest. Seen much movement in hours from the scouting the French. We have a quiet day ahead of us. Awesome, okay. Who is the least tired? You're not tired at all. That loads too. Oh, okay, we should take a look again. We're all good with every defensive thing, so I think he can just basically sit pretty for a little bit. French snuck into our trenches last night. Seems they were trying to steal our supplies, but they were discovered and we chased them away. They dropped everything they had already. We didn't lose anything. Nice. Okay. Anything else? Fleckner, good conversation. He's a good man. I'm glad to have him with us. Okay, cool. Suppress artillery fire. Sorry, Daniel, you just got back, but you 2 are the best shots you got. Oh man, I hate that one. Okay, he got wounded. Probably gonna need to get rations. Mail. Schmidt Power. People get rations. Okay, more digging of bunkers. There's a sniper in the area, okay. Great. I gotta give Load some time off. Schmidt-Bauer and Donner. Artillery mortars and nightly commando operations by the French have left holes in our barbed wire. Okay. Ugh. 3 people gotta go. Mail. Donner. Menk is just good to have as a person that helps. Okay, no one got injured. If people stop packing. Our relief force was diverted resistance to another front sector. Orders to hold our positions for a few more days until replacement can be mobilized. Everyone's too tired to do anything. I still need a sense of flow. Schmidt-Bauer and Mail. Go. Okay. Pack your things! We're relieved. Good. I think I read this one. Yeah. Village. Okay. Buckner is always good at patrolling the village. There's 2 jobs to do this time, that's fine. Everyone's tired, but it's not the worst. We'll send the 3 friends into the trenches, and Lotes and Mayo will go guard duty. We'll give the old man some rest. You'll have to dig the latrines here soon. Guys are running low again, and I have a solution, but there's a catch. I know about our little traps and tracking, and I also know a little bit about how to push a game. Poaching isn't allowed. If we're clever about it, no one will notice, and would certainly appreciate some fresh meat. Alright. Oh, what happened to Mennick? Oh. Let's see what... And how we come by food. On the contrary, if you bring me fresh game, all the better. Okay. been admitted to the field house after collapsing at work. We'll take good care of him. Thank goodness we got some capacity at the moment. I don't approve you overworking and people like that. It harms us all. Yeah, I know. What can I do? Lots of stuff to do. Okay. Everyone was going about their work when Schmidbauer, of all people, was usually so eager, neglected his task and came to me. Herr Unterofficer, he said stiffly. You would not happen to know, I mean, at my age, with my upbringing, my position, I wonder, would there in theory not have been a possibility to make me a Unterofficer? He has been good, but he is racist. But, I mean, I don't think really matters that much in war. So he's been he would be a good officer. Yeah. I'll look at it thoughtfully. Make a good Unterofficer, I said. We've already proven that sufficiently here. I wasn't told anything about that, though. I'm sorry. Schmidbauer was in Paris. I would just like to know, he continued to stammer. I gave him hope, yeah. Anything's possible, I said encouragingly. Let's see what the future brings. Schmidbauer was politely pleased, but I had a feeling that he would have preferred a clear answer to his question. Surely the subject was not concluded by this, but for now, he didn't press the issue any further. Sure, whatever. Said several snares, they're actually meant for hares, but a fawn got caught in one, and I was able to catch it. Okay. Short on firewood. I know we're out of food. Not much we can do about it. And we're not gonna steal from the village. Trolls will catch a return. Okay. Can I get rid of this? Just checking, maybe there's a change. I'll chop firewood. Search the whole area for the missing patrol. Turns out the camera's okay. Grief removed from everyone. They all got over that guy's thing. Okay. He's ready for duty again. At least from the field hospital. We've had enough time to take good care of him, but that won't always be the case. Okay. Next level. Oh, is that it? The day my men and I had been looking forward to weeks had finally arrived. Our home leave began today. The whole morning was filled with hustle and bustle until we finally reached our train amidst the fanfare. Much fanfare. Now I was sitting here, looking out the window and could hardly believe it. We were really going home. Everything seemed so unreal to me. The passing landscape with those pretty little villages, the clear sky with scattered clouds and the warmth of the sun on my face. It all seemed so removed from our past experiences. As if it had just been a bad dream, and yet, I had to think about Ackerman. He hadn't made it. I hadn't managed to get him through this. How many more would have to give their lives in this war? How many of my people, and how many other soldiers on both sides of the trenches? The war was not over yet, and who knew how much longer it might still go on. Now we had a few weeks of rest, but what would it be like to have to go back to the front afterwards, saddled with everything we now knew about the war, everything we had seen and experienced, all the horror, the misery, and suffering. I gave a heavy sigh and closed my eyes. Those were thoughts for another day. Now was a time for home, family, and living life while it lasted. Oh, I can flip through the pages? Cool. Saturday, April 8th, 1916. Oh, 10. A month had passed since we had left from the front. Had left the front for our home leave. The past few weeks, I had been eyed like a fairground attraction back home. Everyone in the village had wanted to shake my hand. People kept calling me comrade, as if all of them had been at the front with me. As much as I had longed for home, everything had seemed so wrong to me. How was it that barely a year ago I had fitted so effortlessly into this life? The quiet landscape with the small, steady gushing stream, the little cottages, and the regular chatty bustle in the street on sunny days. It had been so natural for me to be part of all the small concerns and joys of this everyday life. And how suddenly everything became so dreadfully real. With all the questions people were asking, everyone wanted to hear as many stories from the front as possible. The more gruesome, the better. They wanted to hear about heroic deeds and how brave we were, and whether we would make it to Paris soon, and why this ghastly positional warfare had been going on for so long. My answer sounded hollow to my own ears. Anything I said would have made the time in the field more of an irrefutable truth, and torn bloody holes into this cozy homey atmosphere. So I remained silent, and a stranger. What would it be like once the war was over? I was almost glad to return to the front. To my men, and the daily routine that had become so strangely familiar to me. Even from a distance, I recognized my men by the way they walked when they boarded the train, and yet the home leave had confronted me with so many things that I had previously pushed aside, and suddenly it all seemed terribly pointless. Back at our camp, I tried in vain to shake off the impression from home, in order to somehow move on. I often thought of my comrades here when I was at home leave. It's amazing how quickly you get used to everything here. I'll just quickly say hello to the others. I don't want to send them on poaching unless we have to. The officers are dissatisfied with me because by now even the quality of the rations is suffering from the current supply bottlenecks. Yeah, why not? Nice of you to join us again. While you were resting, we didn't take a break. Expect your full attention. Okay. Thank you! Finally, I'll start cooking immediately. For all this time I hear, sometimes you suddenly realize that you have actually improved. Oh, you got dexterous, Lennox? Or no. You got trained in melee and shooting. Or were you already melee? I don't remember. One of these two. Good job. After my deal with the field lieutenant, I could only get out extreme small cats. Yeah, whatever. There were trucks carrying supplies that arrived earlier that afternoon. Soldiers cautiously gathered around the motorized vehicles. Trucks were a rare sight here at the front, but we were told that they would now occasionally replace the long-established horse-drawn carriages, or cart. Fleckner was in the process of explaining the exact type of vehicle and its advantages and disadvantages to some of his comrades when Hank, in his pragmatic manner, ordered the group of soldiers surrounding the trucks to help him unload them. The cargo also caused quite a stir among the men. Boxes full of new steel helmets lay there, matte and gray. When they thought no one was watching, some of the men started pulling them out of the boxes. My mother could make a great soup in something like this, commented Mail on the new headgear. Your mother makes soup in these pots that are equipped. Mink put one on and wiggled his head playfully. The rim of his helmet slid so far down his face that you could hardly see his eyes. Dinner knocked on his helmet. Hello, Mr. Turtle, anybody home? He said and laughed. I let them have their fun. They would discover the seriousness of the new equipment soon enough. When Hennick caught them, however, he got them moving. When we sat together later that day, all of them talked about where the new helmets... all they talked about were the new helmets. Fleckner knew a surprising amount of detail about them, and contributed to a lively discussion. I really hoped that these new helmets would offer my men better protection from the old Pickelhauben, which were mostly made of felt or leather. The tree is almost filled to the brim. Okay. Planning an attack, ready your men for battle. Okay. Mail and some of his comrades came into our camp chatting. They were carrying several baskets full of apples. I stepped into their path. Where'd you get those apples? They looked at each other. There's an orchard just a few minutes walk away. So you stole them, I prodded. Soldiers silently confirmed my suspicions. What do you gents intend to do with this? It's teaching me how to make must. Pressing fruit. Okay. Lawrence blurted out. Mail stopped walking and glanced from him to me, unsure how I would respond to the soldier's explanation. Give him back to Madam. I should apologize to her. A good relationship with the village can still be vital for us, I reprimanded them. We shouldn't spoil it with such childishness. They looked silently at each other, then nodded, some reluctantly, and headed back with the basket of apples. I want you to come visit for tea. Too bad I don't have time because I'm going to war. Gather your men, we're marching into battle. Distributed according to need, not according to your passion for hoarding. I've seen what you and your men are stockpiling in terms of equipment. Sorry, but yeah, that's fine. I'm totally fine with that. Just because we're good at keeping our supplies doesn't mean that others are. Forward attack! Take the French trenches! Hurrah for the Kaiser! Get into the bushes! What? Spotted an enemy position quite unprotected. It's relatively quiet at the moment. With your permission, I could try to take out the Frenchman keep there. Okay. I guess the rest of you can fire on sight as well. Take your shot, low. Did you get him? Get him? Bullseye! The shot hit home. Oh. Oh, he's got the ability now. Cool. Moderate danger? Okay. Covering fire from movement. There we go. Very low danger. What? Where are the gnats at here? Okay. We need covering fire for these two, so. Didn't find any ammunition, but I did find some bandages. Good, good. Bandages are good. We're gonna be bush campers, I guess? Look at us in our new helmets, I just now realized. Where are the French even? I don't even know where they are. Oh, there they are. Okay. This isn't grenade range? Oh, those guys. That just got shot. Wait, someone did get shot, but they're not down. Oh, no, they are. Oh, it was male, okay. Can you sniper? Get your shot in, Lotes! You got him! For Ackerman! Oh, wait, no, wait, hold on. Now he's got it, right here. Bang! I think he missed. I tried, missed a shot, that's fine. Any more time, but I think we'll pull through it back. Good shot. We're gonna suppress for our team. Okay, they're pushing forward. Rifle's jammed. Okay. Fix your rifle. Spitfire, escort male to the field hospital. Rifle's working again. Is there anything else? Stop. Stop bleeding. We push forward! Alright. Fleckner, cut the barbed wire. Mank, where's Mank? Throw a grenade. And the other two fire on sight, because they're probably gonna move. That was a perfect shot. Got one. Nice. Cut a path to the barbed wire. Grenade was a direct hit. Perfect. Why did we cut through if we're just gonna go around? Move into the trenches! Oh, who was that? Maybe it's drawing. Donner, no! Go save a medic. Go treat the wounded nearby. We showed them we are victorious! There's no one left to get help, okay. So they all have, like, special abilities? I didn't know that. That's cool. Oh, I always forget I have to click for those. We have 2 in the field hospital. Let's get Fleckner to help. Secret to a successful campaign is a good plan, and the men who can implement it. You have shown that you are one of them. I am sure that your men will soon be back on their feet. Tell them that the okay. Okay. No rest for the wicked, I guess. Well, there ain't no rest for the wicked. Been released from the hospital! Released from the hospital. Cool beans. Resupply! Perfect. Control and secure the area. We'll ration for a little bit. Oh wait, did I not put anyone on the patrol? That's my bad. Well, I had gone off on a good time in the village tavern when Schmidbauer came to me indignantly, whatever. The moral decay in the troops is unbearable, he said. Sodomy, alcoholism, and depraved activities. He looked horribly disgusted. If I may say so, Herr Unterofficer, even between man and man there is... He could not say. What? I don't even know what he's saying. People have behaved modestly in the past back home. It was only out of fear. But what's left to threaten them with here? Hell? We're already there. I included everything around us with a wide gesture. Schmidt-Bauer looked at me with disdain. I should report you to the military leadership, he said. Do that. And left him standing there without another word. It was already late by the time I made one last round. There was a loud rustle coming from one of the tents, as if someone was writhing. And at the same time, I heard whimpering. I ran over and found Menik tossing and turning, obviously plagued by a nightmare. When I grabbed him by the shoulders, he flew into a rage, resisted my grip, and thrashed wildly before he finally woke up. He recognized me and stopped, startled. What's wrong with you? Why are you attacking me? I asked, horrified. I mistook you for someone else, Menik said, and pulled the blanket over himself, even though he was full gear anyway. What did you mistake me for? Someone from my dream. He continued quietly, staring blankly at the floor. Oh, you're still very young. I noticed that Menik was looking at me in horror. Just dreaming of old demons. It has nothing to do with everyday military life, he said with a firm voice. Just give me the chance and I'll prove that I'm 10 times the soldier you'd expect from someone older. Something in his eyes flashed, and I raised my hand placently. It's okay, Menik, I smiled. I guess I didn't need that nice uncle routine here anymore. Without much fuss, I left Menik again. These two became rivals, really. Comment, okay. Alright, the two people that got hurt in the last fight should go to the pub for sure. Fleckner and Menk. Schmidt-Bauer. Unless there's something else I can do. There was a lively atmosphere at dinner. Some soldiers were engrossed in conversation with their comrades, others kept to themselves, tired from the day and accordingly not interested in company. This good mood changed when Schmidt-Bauer joined us. With a gloomy look at the food in front of him, he began to complain. He poked listlessly at his food before throwing his fork down in disgust. Day in, day out, you work yourself to the bone, and for what? For nothing, he said, raising his head and meeting my eyes with loaded gaze. Absolutely nothing. Vehemence with which he spoke made it clear that this was not about the food. Something you want to say to me? Point blank. Everything here is slowly going down the drain, he stood up abruptly. You're just letting it happen. He held my gaze for a moment before giving a frustrated huff and leaving. A tense silence remained. Men wrote letters. Many struggled, as they always did. They stared off into the distance, lost, searching for the right words. How could they tell the people back home about this place? It seemed impossible. Only Lotz filled this page after page without looking up in between. He seemed full of vigor, as he had generally been lately. I stopped next to him on my rounds. Briefly right along. Once over his shoulder... One glance over his shoulder told me that he was writing to his wife, musing about the future they would have together after the war. Next to him, several more letters were already piled up. What are these letters for? I asked curiously, pointing to the pile next to him. Lotus was startled. He hadn't noticed me at all. To friends and fellow craftsmen, he said. With a grin, he added quietly, plans for social justice. I was happy Lotus had something that gave meaning to what he was doing here, something that gave him hope and courage. I smiled conspiratorially and then left him alone again. Was I wrong? Was it not communism? I don't know. Oh, sorry. An unusually large number of my men were sitting together that evening, playing cards or talking quietly. I too was in the mood for company. The atmosphere was somber. 2 years ago today, the war begun with the Sarajevo assassination. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, that's the name of the guy. Heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, and his wife were assassinated during a visit to Sarajevo in a long-planned attack by the Serbian secret society Black Hand. This assassination is now considered to be one of the factors that led to the July crisis and ultimately the breakout of the First World War. It was a sad anniversary, and one that many of my men, myself included, found difficult to bear. Schmidbauer dropped his cards on the table and suddenly said loudly, "Actually, we can be glad that things finally got off the ground back then. I mean, it was unbearable. Now we can just at least do something for our country instead of just waiting for something to finally happen." Irritated, Lotes also lowered his cards. "You think this is better? That's the same talk we heard back then. A little war now, a brave stand for Vaterland, and we'll be in Paris by Christmas eating frogois. And where are we now? We'll probably still be lying here in the mud next Christmas with nothing but Kommissbrot, were dark, long-lasting sourdough breads that were issued to soldiers in the German army. The bread were baked close together, which resulted in their typical box shape. The crust only on the top of the loaves to meet demand. Some of the bread was baked away from the front in bread factories during the First World War and stored in tins. There were persistent rumors that due to grain shortages, the rye and wheat flour used was cut with other substances such as sawdust or ash. And the fear that soon another one of us will bite the dust. I don't know much about it, so I'm just gonna keep out of it. I just listened and didn't get involved in the conversation. A few discussion broke out among the men. They rarely got as political as they did tonight. Conflict over a small country in the Balkans had sparked a wildfire 2 years ago, and it was still raging today. With fighting now taking place even on islands in the Pacific and the savannas in German East Africa, who could say how long this would continue and what horrors still lay ahead. Back to the trenches. Alright. How long have I been playing for? 2 hours? Okay. French have a sniper in the area. I shot one of our comrades. We need more space here. Okay. Setting up barbed wire takes 2 soldiers that time? Oh no, it was ladders that only took 1 last time. Is there ladders somewhere? Set up ladders, here we go. Oh wait. Are you kidding? Come on. I was injured while trying to carry out your orders. We took him to the hospital, but his wounds didn't look too bad. I think he'll recover. That sucks. It's like the one thing that I didn't want happening. We got a day extra. So we should be good. Still firing? Not much we can really do about it. Still going. I think we're gonna have to start sending people out to do stuff even during the thing. Alright. So we got fetch rations. Okay, another person got hit. Carry out your orders. It looked too bad, okay. The last few days have been quiet, at least by comparison. No artillery, no attacks, just a few random shots in the distance every now and then. Occasionally the barking of a dog. dog actually belonged to the medics, but he often ran around and quickly became popular with the soldiers, mainly because he barked when something was in the air. He could sniff out gas. Sometimes, though, he just barked because he smelled food or because a soldier was snoring too loudly. Every time, Mail flinched. At first, I hardly noticed it, but lately I've noticed it more and more clearly. Not only with every bang, but also with every bark. His hand immediately went to his gas mask, and last night he even had the mask on while he slept. This morning, somewhere far behind him, a grenade had gone astray. Suddenly grabbed his... Oh, yeah. And tore it open to get his mask, even though there was no sign of a gas attack. Honestly, better safe than sorry. Walked over and put a hand on his shoulder. It's okay, Mail. Good reaction. He looked at me in surprise. Better use the mask one time too many than one time too few. With your caution, you'll surely survive this war. Mail nodded. Thank you, Herr Unterofficer. I sent him back to camp arrest. You're gonna need a short break. Go back to camp arrest. Before he could object, I added, that's an order, Mail. Plane was shot down, where the pilot was not found in wreckage. Oh, man. French Tread Raider, okay, nice. Found the enemy pilot, he ran right into us in a small area of the forest just outside, and went over the lieutenant and treated him... The lieutenant treated him almost as an equal. I think these are the only 2 ones left, yeah, okay. We got 2 days and we can finish the 2 projects. We don't need to fetch rations, I don't think. Good job catching the fugitive pilot. Daryl really tried to sneak through their trenches at night. And without his airy steed, he is still so brave and daring. Admirable. Truly a knight in flying armor that many of our ordinary soldiers, the Unterofficers, could take as an example. Or was this barbed wire? Over here. I think I can not do what he asked for one day. Pack your things, or leave. Boarding back for my break, okay. A little too late. They're in good hands here. We'll do our best, Captain. Okay. Did I finish? Is there an actual end? I know this game is in early access, so I don't know if there's an actual end. Does not have a definitive final ending. Oh, the ending is the first home leave. Okay, so I did finish it a while ago. Okay, because I was getting to the point where it just feels like I was doing the same thing over and over again, and I was a little worried that I finished it and I was just continuing playing, which I was. So I think I'm going to end it there then.